will begin as I welcome you all to our journey into Empyrea. As we begin in a world very different from ours, the gods, as you all know, are dead. 10 years ago, the world suffered that cataclysmic event, the Godfall. Slain by their brother and god of life, Iskari, as they plunged from their gilded thrones into the briny depths of the sea. The world unraveled by the chaos of their deaths, rended and left broken. Chaos now reigns. Horrid alien creatures stalk the world, seeking prey. The world is beset by the same woes that in fact afflicted it before, just now magnified: war, strife, famine, disease. And yet, 10 years after that horrid event, hope glimmers once more, perhaps, as rising from the same Stygian depths that claimed the very gods that day, a continent arose. Distant and new, free from the woes that beset the current world. For your own reasons, you all were interested in this new continent that arose. Perhaps not even actually. Eventually, though, word got to each of your ears. A rumor. In a crimson kingdom, the Godkiller awaits. In a land of paradise, where no one dies and none go hungry. Alleged that Iskari the Godkiller himself lived and was somewhere upon this grand new continent. If you were not driven to find this place before, you certainly were now. Driven by your own motives and reasons behind wanting to seek what the Godkiller possibly has to offer, if he still remains, perhaps seeking sanctuary, perhaps seeking answers, or perhaps seeking something less noble. Nevertheless, each of you would eventually find your way into the company of the captain of the Gallivant. What was once a merchant vessel before the Godfall that earned itself many a coin trading between the various nations of the world. Now, a vessel setting forth to the new continent dubbed Empyrea. You would have met this captain, each of you, on your own terms to meeting him. A man of dragon blood. A dragonborn, in fact, some would say. Thick, yellowish scales, and very affluent looking as well. Who you would become to know as Aldith Valkryn. How did I pronounce this originally? Valkryn. I'll type that in chat for you. And I will also show you a thing. As confirmed for me, if you guys are able to see this.
Yes.
All right. As now having met this man, seeking your way to that isle, and eventually convincing him of the... what's the word? Usefulness that you could provide on the journey. Perhaps sharing your reasons for seeking the Godkiller, or perhaps not. He would not pry. In fact, he was welcoming and very eager to accept any help. Nevertheless, your passage secure. Time would pass, journeys would be made, and you would find yourself upon a dock in a no-name town. the smell of the sea lingering heavy in the air, walking upon the grand vessel of the Gallivant. A journey ahead of you to whatever this new land has to present to you. And as I bring you all over to the Gallivant, and we all go to begin our journey, I will ask each of you to go ahead and introduce your characters. I will offer a extra hero point to the person who will do the first volunteering to do so for today, meaning that you will start with 2 today instead of just 1. And I'm also going to bring you over to here, as each of you should
Just
be
appearance?
You could describe whatever you'd like in the in your description. It is fully up to you.
All right. Unless anyone else really wants to go first, I will.
Go for it.
Okay. So, as he would introduce himself to anyone, so the name isn't an issue just to say, which you guys see the sheet anyways. Rashid. He's roughly 7 foot tall, serpent head and neck, and serpent scaled bipedal body that he stands with. Fingers clawed, wearing a number of necklaces with pendants or symbols hanging from them, all seemingly tied together so they're almost in unison with each other. One of the most prominent amongst anything that's hanging there would be, I still don't know how to pronounce it, Jake, the goddess name.
The symbol of Asthopia.
Asthopia, yes. Mm-hmm. Be hanging from his neck. There is also one of the symbols hanging around his neck would, or where a symbol might have been, seems to be rubbed off or scratched off to where it looks like there was something clearly there, but there's not anymore. He has a blue and white, very thick belt that is tied to his bag that he carries with him at his back. He does, in fact, have a tail that as well. That is a mention. But beyond that, he's wearing adventuring quality combat ready pants, seemingly no armor. And at his back would be, close that please, thank you. I don't know on this sheet where it shows me where my equipment is.
It is the option
Inventory.
that is inventory. Okay. It looks like a bag.
You would see at his back 2 separate things: a bound chain with a handle with a curved blade at the end of it, and a metal ball at the other end of the chain, bound up, and they would be bound up against a very long pole arm with a hammer with a spike at the atop it. Both not seeming overly large with how big of an individual he is. He's pretty thick and muscular, but also looks to be decently agile on his feet. He looks to everyone with what looks like a very cold, blue-eyed gaze, because light blue-eyed gaze. However, anyone that finds himself talking to him will see that he is quite open to conversation and sharing his time with them. I think that covers it.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for getting us started there, Ben. On your
Question.
sheet, go ahead.
What do we do about the rumors?
Yeah, I got them, and they will come into
I
play
just wasn't
at
sure.
some point.
All right.
They are, in some ways, mostly a character-building thing, but they will also come into play.
I just wasn't sure if it was part of the introduction.
No.
Or...
You don't have to offer any of that.
If I didn't say, since I don't know whether or not they can see the picture beyond it being a small thumbnail.
I showed everyone. Everyone should have seen the picture, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you know what color scales are. All right, that's it then.
Alrighty.
Yes,
Well, Ben,
sir.
on your sheet, when you open it, you'll see underneath your name a selection that says hero points. If you go ahead and click the second option, you'll be able to give yourself one. I just gave it for you, but for future reference, you'll be able to do that as you have 2 hero
Okay.
points now, representing the fact that you gave your introduction first.
Are
Now,
these sheets pop outable?
Absolutely. Well, technically, no. What you can do though is double click the header, and it will minimize it, and then you can just move it somewhere
Okay.
else, and then double click it again to open it immediately again.
That's just as good.
So you can do that, but it is not pop-outable, unfortunately. Moving on, would anyone else like to go next? Who would like to introduce their character in whatever capacity they'd like, appearance, and whatever else they want to add?
Sure, I can go.
Go right ahead.
Don't have as much to describe, though, unfortunately, because I'm not that creative. But what you see is about a average height Tengu, which is just a crowman. Seems to be wearing like maybe some robes over some leather armors. Got some pouches, like a simple weapon, like a mace, and like a sling on the other side. No real obvious religious iconography anywhere. And it seems to mostly sort of stand in the same place, always kind of looking up, almost like daydreaming, like spacing off. But you notice if anybody kind of walks in their direction, like even remotely, it'll, they'll catch his attention and he'll introduce himself and say, oh, pleasure to meet you, pleasure. My name is Metis. Wonderful to be traveling with you. And then whenever, any sort of social interaction ends, it seems to just go right back to looking up and spacing off. And that's all I got. Black
All
feathers,
right.
I mean, just the picture, really.
Well, thank you very much for going next. As we have introduced Rashid and Metis so far, who would like to go next?
I'll go ahead.
Go right ahead.
So, my character is Periwinkle. They stand at a commanding 8.5-ish inches tall. Sleight of frame. They seem to be wearing leafy plant-like armor. They have brown hair and turquoise eyes. Not turquoise, purple eyes. And on their back, I'm not sure how common firearms are known in the world or not.
So, they are common enough, I'd say, for the party to know about them, at the very least. Everyone in the party is familiar with what a firearm is.
All
For
right.
simplicity's
Then obviously has slung over his back, attached to his backpack, a long rifle and a pistol of some sort hangs at his hip. He has slight dainty wings, though he doesn't actually really seem to use them to fly very often, and mostly he just tries not to get stepped on or eaten by the cat.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Are you always flying, or are you like walking on the ground?
I think he's just
Walking on the
yeah,
ground.
he's walking,
Technically,
Oh,
a
got it.
sprite cannot fly.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
which is interesting.
Gotta take a whole line of ancestry feats to get that.
You see a level 10.
I think it's like 13 or 14, honestly.
Heartbreaking.
And that's 3 feats in.
It's the same for Strix.
Would anyone like to go
Same for me.
next now afterwards?
Yeah, I could go next.
Very funny that we're doing the duality. What made me laugh before was the sheer difference of 5e making everyone medium and having to fall into medium, and then immediately Pathfinder, our first session, we have someone who's tiny and someone who's large.
Great.
Got the whole board covered.
My character is a large minotaur. To anyone who can see that crispy, crusty image, he's probably nearing, maybe you'd guess 40, 50 years. Dark brown mane of hair and tan skin with some tattoos on there. He has a lot of battle scars and wears a sort of wooden armor that matches the club he carries. The most distinct thing about what he's got on him is that there seems to just be a slab of stone that he carries on his back, which you'd guess looking at it just looks like it was the wall of a building or something like that. And yeah, he's just carrying that around. And yeah, that's about it. He's got cute little thigh highs too, it looks like.
Sexy.
I didn't notice that before.
Sweatpants, I bet.
Yeah, totally.
And last but certainly not least, we have our good friend Ambi. If you'd like to introduce your character.
So, likely leaning against something, you see, like, the hardest looking orc you've ever seen. He is so scarred, and his gaze, just looking at, like, you do not want to fall under his gaze, like, no matter the circumstance, because you are actually afraid that you are going to crumble underneath the intimidation and the pressure. He is very, very armored, has a battle axe on his back, and he is firmly looking down at a religious symbol that he twists in his fingers. Some of you, or at least Rashid would recognize it as the symbol of Astopia. He flips it around and just kind of plays with it in his hand, kind of absent-mindedly, but his stare, like, makes you think that, like, this is not exactly a source of comfort for him. That he's just staring at it with such a hard gaze, you can't tell if that's just how he looks all the time, or if, like, he is deep in thought about whatever this symbol means to him, like, personally. He has, like, not only battle scars, but you could also see that there's, like tribal religious scarring on him as well. Like purposeful, like, ritual scarring. And he stands at about, like, maybe 6'8", like, just burly slab of meat man. Yeah, that's about it. He is just, like, he is just exuding, like, this intense aura that is off-putting, and he has not introduced himself. He has not said hi to anybody. Like, if anything, like, if anyone approaches him to say hi, like, the most he'll give is the curtest of nods and then stare at you down. And that's about it. And that's Uzak.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say my guy's name. His name is Boros.
Into the universe.
What'd you say, Jay?
The dominator of the universe.
Exactly.
Yeah. But all
I
right.
forgot to mention, I have a little mask of my face hanging on my hip. That'll come into play later.
It's a surprise.
Oh, of like your guy's own face?
Yeah, it's like a little mask. It's not incredibly detailed, but you can tell it's supposed to be like a recreation of my face, and it's a little mask just hanging on his hip.
Okay.
But all right. Our diverse cast of adventurers having been introduced. You all having arrived to the Gallivant, a large vessel. Again, knowing somewhat of the history, it used to be a merchant vessel, carrying goods across the seas and making quite a lot of coin during its times before the Godfall. The fact that it survived the Godfall and the condition that it has is almost somewhat astonishing. Arriving on board the ship, a couple things you notice as you do is, again, the incredible condition that it's in, and this sort of hurried look of the crew members about. There's a lot of cargo being lifted and hoisted onto the ship still. Crates, barrels, and other sorts of amenities. Some with the contents of them inside visible. Looks to be fruits, vegetables, foods, and other things that you would need on the seas. But other boxes, their contents a mystery, sealed more tightly and much more, protected. Arriving onto the vessel itself, you would spot atop its decks, sort of not hastily put or ill-fitting, but certainly what seemed to be out of place weaponry that has been placed atop the deck. You see large ballistas at the front, and then toward the back, what seems to be these 4 cannons. Again, they're not ill-fitted in any sort of way, but they certainly seem to be fixtures that were not seemingly on the boat prior. As you definitely spot them as they stand out some. Nevertheless, arriving on the boat, while it is still docked, each of you arriving probably staggered somewhat between each other, being told if you ask for the captain to just wait on the deck a moment. Eventually, all of you would be together after having waited however long you had. And the captain, as you know him, Captain Aldeth, would eventually stumble his way to you all. As seeing you all aboard the deck, he would stumble down as he seemingly, after exiting his cabin, with what looks to be a crewmate beside him, dressed probably about the same as the rest of the crewmates, with a human man, as he steps out and sees you all and goes, "And the hired help! Oh, you all arrived just in time." Oh, good to see you all. Good to see you. As he starts to move to each of you, offering a hand out to shake, starting with Rashid, and then moving to everyone, offering a finger out toward you, Periwinkle, for a shake of hand instead of an actual hand. As he goes, "Oh, yes, good. I was concerned after speaking that none of you would actually show up. I'm glad to see that you all have the stomach for this, actually."
Of course. Things need to be discovered, including the truth.
Yes, truth. Yes, yeah, very important. The truth. Well, I thank you all for coming. Welcome to the ship. She's a beauty, I have to say myself. Made a lot of money with this girl back when things made sense. I promise you'll be sailing in comfort, actually. You're quite lucky to get aboard my vessel in that regard. Looking over to you, Boros, he goes, in fact, I'm quite happy that you actually came. We need more stable deckhands. Big guy like you, I imagine you can help out with some of the more heavy lifting.
He kind of runs his hand along one of the rails of the boat, not really looking at him as he answers, "Yes, magnificent, strong ship. She need a real man, a real captain."
All right, little rude, but hey, what is being a sailor if not being a fucking asshole in some regards? Anyway, questioning my captainhood aside, I welcome you all aboard my ship, as he gives each of you a bow. And he goes, you all have you all met each other, introduced yourselves, ingratiated yourselves and whatnot with the crew, or did you just get here?
I have met no one.
I've seen them walk by, but we haven't properly been introduced.
I do apologize for that. The crew itself is busy. We're, loading everything on. So they're probably too much of a rush to actually introduce themselves. They're much more polite, I promise that usually. At dinner time, you'll have the pleasure, I'm sure. Nonetheless, why don't I show you all around, get you toward your quarters and such, and we'll go from there. How about that?
would be delightful. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's my pleasure, of course, of course. As he's gonna move to one of these stairs. This map doesn't demonstrate it super well, the front portion of this map, but these stairs like here actually do go down as well. There's like a downward stairway. It does, like I said, it doesn't show it properly. Nevertheless, he goes to start to walk underneath through those stairs downward. Do all of you follow him?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Sure. And as each of you follow him, I will just actually, just give me a second. Wait, why is it doing that? I didn't want this to happen. Okay. There we go. I'll just have you all sort of like this in some way. You don't have to be here. I'm just putting you all in a nice little line to drag. Because you guys cannot walk to here where I'm taking you. Oh, I dragged you into a room accidentally.
Whoa.
But nevertheless, as I'm going to drag you guys down, you should see a new map.
Indeed.
Yep.
As coming down the stairway, you would find quite the nice looking hold as you come down, arriving to the lower deck, as you find yourself inside of this tight, probably a little bit more cramped for Boros than anybody else. Your head just barely not sort of scraping across the ceiling with your horns. But arriving down here nonetheless, as on the map you should see itself inside the room. Several carpets, couches, chairs set about the room. Very fanciful and comfortable looking down here, in fact. Not the expected sort of look of a ship as you come down, and he starts to show you around the place, showing you to the dining areas, and then showing each of you toward your room as well, as he'd probably go up to sort of each door, going through this one over here. If you all follow, he'd show that this is the room for let me roll, in fact. Let's see. As let's see if this will work. It did, and it privately rolled it properly too, so. As this will be the room of Uzak and Metis, as the two of you
Ruiz.
would have this room, as I'll go ahead and drag you to see the room that you are given. And yeah, as you should be able to see your room given there.
Such luxury.
Yes, of course. I mean, like I said, I've had the freedom of being able to outfit this ship quite well. You'll be sailing in comfort, my friends. Walking
Thank
over to... Go ahead.
Uzak,
I'm incredibly grateful.
Uzak snorts and says, "Pretty bougie looking place. What are we on a cruise?"
Well,
It certainly feels like it, doesn't it?
I would hope it's bougie, considering the amount of raw money I earned from being the captain of this ship. I'm quite rich, you know, and I like to show it off.
You don't think that money could have been spent, I don't know, fortifying the ship, arming it?
Well,
This is all
I will
frivolous.
say, good sir, the amenities that you're seeing have been in place here for years. The money that I spent to get them in place was spent years ago, when the world was not, so to say, a fucking wreck. You'll notice the ballistas and the cannons above board, they were not here before. I spent quite a lot of coin to acquire those. Mind you, it's not exactly easy purchasing siege weaponry these days.
Uzak would give like a look around and be like, "All this carpeting, bedding, you know what that says to me?
What?
Extra kindling. This place would go up like a fucking matchstick."
It's a wooden ship.
doesn't mean it wouldn't hurt to have a little more, or have a little less flammable material.
Wouldn't hurt to have some humble manners either.
Oh,
Manners.
please, please. No, no, no. Manners are not something that we have aboard the sea. Trust me on that. You may give it now, but I will be saying some things that some of you will not be particularly happy with as we sail, I promise you that. Your criticisms are noted, but I really don't care. I've never had someone complain about living comfortably, especially when you're on the sea for months. If months pass and you would prefer sleeping on, like, a rock or something like that, you could always sleep on the deck if you'd like.
You have rock to sleep on?
We could probably
Oh, how
find one
generous.
if you'd prefer that.
Even provides the rocks. Oh, you're the best, Captain.
Look, I don't give a shit so long as we get there.
And that we certainly will. I promise you that. He's gonna go over to sort of the next room.
Quick question.
And, yeah, go ahead.
Is this a window?
So it's a vanity. It's a mirror, I believe, is what that is.
Okay.
I think it's actually supposed to be a window, but I didn't like the idea of there being windows in the lower deck.
That's fine.
That didn't make sense to me at the very least, in that sort of way. So I decided to not have it. So those are just actually not there, and that's a wardrobe is what that is. He walks over to the next room, and as he pulls it open, he will introduce that this is going to be Periwinkle, and this is going to be really funny if this ends up being true. Periwinkle and Rashid's room.
Yeah, you wanted to be.
Yeah, I did. I really did, actually. As the two of you can, drag yourselves in if you'd like and see what you got. Same as the other. All of the rooms seemingly are outfitted as they are with very nice amenities, what look like very comfortable looking beds, a large wardrobe, and like I said, it's a little cramped. Probably not for, ironically, probably not super cramped for Periwinkle. Very cramped for Boros again. But it is, more spacious than you'd expect of a quarters in a place like this. And then you, big guy, will be over here, as he'll move down to this room, open the door and show you in. Your roommate's unfortunately not here currently, so you'll be able to introduce yourself later. I'm sorry if the bed is not quite big enough for you.
That is okay. Thank you, Captain.
Of course, it's my pleasure to...
I will meet roommate on my own.
It's my pleasure to show you all. As you all can see as well, this is going to be where we have dinner every night. Some people have dinner at different times. We do need people up on the ship top deck still, night time. So we'll be posting sort of dinner schedules and everything like that as it comes. As we discussed before, you are expected to, work and, make your sort of fee for the journey. You're not being charged anything, but we're all wanting to get there alive. So we need every hand on deck, so to say. But our chef will prepare quite fine meals. I think you'll find the work to be rewarding, and then the dinners to be quite generous and delicious as well. Any questions about your accommodations, where you're staying, about the ship itself, anything like that?
I'd turn to Metis and be like, haven't met a lot of your kind. Let me ask you a question. Do you snore?
Of course.
Do you snore, or do you, chirp in your sleep?
I have no idea. I've never heard myself sleep.
I guess that's a fair answer.
Don't worry. I'll put a pillow over my face if it's too disruptive for you.
You don't need to worry about that. If it is too disruptive, I'll put the pillow over your face.
Feel free, my friend. Feel free. I just want you to be comfortable. Anyway. anyway. Metis turns to the captain and says, I have a question, actually.
Of course.
Yeah, are there any, like, windows or portholes on this floor?
Yes, there's some portals over by the resting area back that way. As he points over to back over this way, where the couches are.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much.
As well, just to as well as a point,
Mhm.
the bathroom and the bathing areas at the back over that way too. So he'll walk over toward this door, open it, and show off what is a bathroom and bathing area. There's a tub, and he'll open this door as well and show that there's another one for people.
Oh, excellent. Wonderful accommodations, Captain. Thank you so much for letting me onto your ship.
No, of course, it is my pleasure to have willing, helpful hands.
Help as much as I can.
Helpful as well. You all seemed more, what's the word, armed than the average person these days. Well, not average person these. So to say, you all look like you can handle yourselves. That's certainly something we will need. Not everyone on this ship is a fighter, so to say.
Ah, well, my journey will be quite perilous, so I have to make sure I prepare accordingly.
The journey is going to be perilous for you.
Ah, for me specifically. I also heard that this Empyrea land could be quite fraught with danger, so never hurts to be too prepared.
That is true. There are rumors of the land itself and its dangers, though nothing that we can verify until we're there ourselves, I suppose. What is it that you all seek on the island, if you don't mind me asking? I don't think we all had the chance to speak on that when we originally met.
Well, if you must know, I seek information from. Oh, I forgot to ask this. The Godkiller. What was his original name again?
Iskari.
Iskari. Yes, I seek information from Iskari if he truly is still on the island. You see, there is a deity out there somewhere in the cosmos that has chosen me. But in order to get up to the stars, I need to figure out how to do so. And who knows how to live amongst the stars and the gods, So I hope that if he is present on the island, I will seek him out and seek this information.
A deity is calling you to the stars.
Indeed, yes. He speaks with me often.
Glad to have you on board.
Of course,
Like,
of course.
pats
Happy
on
to
the
have-
shoulder, his eyes look to the side a bit as he looks to you all, and there's like a slight shake of his head. Goes, what of the rest of you and your reasons for seeking the island, whether it be Godkiller related or not?
As I said above, I go there to seek the truth of what has happened, and the truth of why it has happened.
No, fair. And you just mean like all of this in general, like everything, the calamities and all?
Everything that has followed the falling of the gods.
Fair enough. Can't really fault you for wanting answers, I suppose.
Uzak will snort again and say, I'll just give you all a heads up. Those of you looking for answers from the Godkiller, best hope that you meet him before I do.
So that we can meet him before he kills you for trying to fight him?
Wrong. My aim is to kill the Godkiller.
I wish you luck, my friend.
Clearly you don't lack in confidence, at the very least.
Alright, information seekers, one of which being spoken to by a god, and then someone who's going to kill a god. What a lineup we have so far. And of you, my diminutive friend. Looks to you, Periwinkle.
Periwinkle seeks the remains of the Horned Watcher. And if not able to find that, Periwinkle will have to settle for the Godkiller.
You seek the remains of Penator? Fascinating.
Yes.
Fascinating indeed.
Hearing that name, Boris's ears would kind of perk up, and he'd say, You seek Penator? To this place we go.
Correct, it is where all the dead bodies fell.
Yes, I knew that. Penator also talked to me, like other god. Penator tells me, keep the travelers safe. They are like little babies.
And Penatar talks to you still.
Yes, it not happened for a long time though.
I see.
That's so unfortunate. To not know the sound of your god's voice in so long. Oh, I could never.
It is challenging, but I know what I must do, and I must keep travelers safe. And so I will. This I swore.
That is very commendable, friend. I'm here if you ever need support. The Metis puts his hand on his shoulder and pats his back.
Like really reaching up to
Yes.
pat his back.
Yeah, he's stretching he's on his tippy toes.
How tall is Boros?
He's like 8 feet, probably around a similar height as Rashid.
You're
and
a
as
full
he-
foot taller than me at 8 feet.
Oh, okay, never mind. 8 feet then. Pretty tall fellow. And as you
Bulky,
pat his
big
back,
too.
he'll let out a hearty laugh. Yes, thank you, Crowman. I appreciate your support.
Well, I do thank you all for being willing to share with me. I'll just show you one more place, just the hold, to where we keep everything. You probably won't need to spend too much time there outside of working. As he'll go up to this door, open it up. You guys will see a set of stairs. I'll just quickly drag you all over to there. Let me just put you all together in a convenient way again. As he'll drag each of you down. Let me turn off my GM lighting so that I can actually see the world properly. What the fuck? I didn't mean to do that. Don't look at that. Don't look at that! Don't look at that!
I'm looking disrespectfully.
Nobody look! Nobody look!
I'm looking.
As he'll bring you all down to here, the hold. Showing it off as he'll go. This is where we're going to keep our supplies, everything that we're bringing to the continent with us. And we have quite a lot of things. I mean, if we're going to be making ourselves a life there, which I intend to do, we're going to need a lot. We're building up from nothing, basically. This is also where the brig is. I don't think there'll be any issues, so you don't have to worry about that, but keep in mind.
The brig for troublemakers?
Yes, anyone that causes any problems, any stowaways, anything like that.
Ah, very, very efficient. It's wonderful.
Is this normal problem on Gallivant?
Which one, stowaways or troublemakers?
Did either.
They've not had a stowaway in quite some time. Troublemaking, it depends on the night. Sometimes they'll get a little bit too drunk, tasting the sweet wines a little bit more than they should, and someone will break a bottle over the other one's head, and they need to cool down in the brig so that they learn their lesson. Nothing serious, nothing particularly bad has ever happened. Just good old fun between crewmates and all. You all know, just roughhousing.
Yes, roughhousing. He kind of
Indeed.
turns to the rest of you and whispers in a more hushed voice, "The captain is not reliable. I will keep you safe."
Thank you, my friend. That's very touching.
Do you remember my name? Looking at Boros.
Yes. Yes, you are, you are the...
Snake man.
You're supposed to be reliable, are you?
I am reliable. I am not smart, like book smart. I'm very, hoofs on the ground, intelligent.
Hmm.
There's not a lot of space for whispering down here. I can sort of hear it.
Captain, is there a medic on board of any kind?
Yes, of course we have a doctor.
If they need any help, I'm capable of assisting.
You'd have to ask him regarding that. Mind you, he's a pretty personal guy. He doesn't really, a private guy. He doesn't really usually ask for help or anything else of the sort. He just stays in his room. You're free to speak to him if you'd like during preparations for today. See if you'd offer your services in any sort of way.
I will do so.
I'd love to meet him.
Oh, yes, of course. Please, feel free to. Why don't we head back up above, and you all can go meet the doctor, if you'd like, and then afterwards, if you could just help load whatever's remaining onto the ship, that would be very much appreciated.
Of course, Captain, of course. I would be honored.
Good to have such a merry soul on board with us, I must say.
Oh, you flatter me.
As you guys would make your way back up, as he'll gesture for you all to head to the doctor's chambers. Doctor's chambers, as he indicates, would be through this door here. And as he indicates to head there. In fact, actually, no, I'm not going to do that right now. That probably would take time to set up. I think I could set up portals within Roll20, within the Foundry to actually teleport you to the different levels. I'm not going to do it, but I probably could, which would be cool one day. Anyway, as you guys are directed that way and you go to head that way, you all would hear a loud snap as if rope breaking, and would see plummeting down with a loud thud, one of these large rectangular crates smacks down onto the dock. As it does, you would see a side of it break open and dirt just start to spill out as he runs over to the side of the boat and he goes, "Be careful with that! That's very important! Oh, somebody get over there with a mending and make sure it's fixed. That's very, very important. Make sure it doesn't happen again." As you all, if any of you look, would see just pouring out from the side of this hole what looks to be just like dirt.
Uzak would speak up and say, "You think there's going to be a lack of dirt on this island?"
Well, we can't know what's going on the island, truly. Doesn't help to bring our own fertile soil.
Very wise. Forethought is always appreciated.
Yes, I thought so myself. Like I said, I mean, we don't know if it's fertile, so we'll bring the fertility to it.
Can I, roll a nature check if that sounds like, I don't know. If that sounds like a thing?
If that sounds like how dirt works?
Yeah. I don't know because I don't garden, but can I roll a nature check?
Yeah, you can roll a nature check if you'd like.
Yeah.
Metis just trusts the captain. Doesn't bother double checking that.
No. That's how dirt works.
It just realistically, you just really don't have the breadth of knowledge to prove him wrong or know differently. Anyone else who'd like to roll can do so if they wanted to. If they wanted to roll a nature check or anything else of the sort.
So just for looking at the dirt, or just what he's
This
said.
is for
matching,
if it's actually something, if you could actually relocate dirt, relocate fertile soil.
Okay. Oh.
You don't have to roll if you don't want to, mind you. And if you wanted to roll something else, you could also do so.
Where do I find this roll at?
This is nature.
Under
It's
proficiencies.
the hand, the open hand.
Okay. And we can roll even if we're not proficient?
Yeah, if you want. Yeah, I mean, Boros, hard for you to say. You've not done this yourself or haven't met anyone who's done it themselves before in the past. So you really just don't have a clue in that regard. For Periwinkle and Rashid, it sounds wrong. It doesn't sound like that just putting dirt in a box that's fertile dirt in a box and then bringing it across the ocean for seemingly at least like a month or two's worth of travel will actually do anything, because yeah, you're not sure that will that's how that works. That sounds wrong to you.
I don't know if that will work.
Oh, well, you never know unless you try, I suppose. As he, like, blinks a couple times after saying that.
Let me help with that box.
That would be
Moves in to
greatly
help
appreciated.
get it up.
Yeah, I'll help him with the box too.
Yeah, as you guys would be able to head over, any of you who would help with the dirt box, you would see quickly it gets the hole sort of repaired, and then the hoisting of it gets to begin again, as you guys would be able to help them hoist it on deck. And they'll take it from there, getting able to move it where it needs to go. After that, directed to where the doctor would be. Are you heading that way? Are you going to meet the doctor, or what would you all go to do?
Going to the doctor.
Yeah.
Might as well go to the
To
doctor.
Sure. As is everyone going, or is anyone doing something else?
Nope. Not me.
Well, alrighty then. Captain will move away because he's done here. He's got somewhere to be. As he'll move off, and the rest of you, I'll just bring together. As I'll move you into the doctor's room. As you enter in and find yourself within a very comfortable-looking room. Carpeting all across the floor, couches, looks to be a bookshelf on the side, windows across the room as well, and what looks to be a medicine cabinet / wine cabinet as well, that has glass covering it and a lock on it. As you enter into this room, as you do, there's actually supposed to be a wall here that I didn't draw. That's the kitchen, so you guys shouldn't see that, but it is what it is. You see it. Oh well. As you enter in, you would see what looks to be an older-looking gentleman with a pair of glasses upon his head. What looks to be graying hair, green eyes, dressed in what looks to be a nicer-looking garments. Sat there in a chair, just going over what looks to be a large, book that he's reading through. As you all enter, and he would look up from it and would just sort of say out, sort of groggily, as he goes, What can I help you with? Surely you're not hurt already without us having even set sail yet?
No, of
No.
course not. I wish to meet with you to express that I could aid you if necessary at any time on the voyage.
Aid me.
Yes, I am trained on aiding with medical manners.
You're a doctor?
No. But I am trained by someone who was. And I have healing. I have hands capable of healing magically as well.
Magical healing. He grumbles to himself. I don't need help, though the offer is appreciated.
Of course.
And I will show you his artwork. Is that
Oh,
all?
it's a pleasure to meet you. Well, yeah, we just wanted to introduce ourselves as we're kind of new on the ship.
Yeah, yes. I am Dr. Elliot.
I am Metis, a pleasure. Metis puts out his hand.
He'll, go and shake it somewhat, not hesitantly, but, lazily.
Half-heartedly.
Half-heartedly is a good word for it, yeah.
And
Metis
I am,
just, shakes back normally and then just is standing there smiling.
And I am Rashid. If he looks like he wants a handshake, Rashid will extend his hand. Otherwise, he'll just give a.
He does not move to extend his hand.
Yeah, so Rashid just gives a respectful bow.
You all aren't the normal crew. You must be the hired help that fool was blathering on about.
We are the hired help, yes.
Have any of you sailed before?
No!
Wonderful. Great.
Does across the river count?
No. Look, we're going to be at sea for approximately 1.5 months. Well, 2.5 months. Sorry. He is sat here, by the way. I recommend you get your sea legs quickly. Probably here.
Will do.
We don't have a lot of supplies either, so anything that you can grit through and handle, do so. I don't want to waste any good medicine on things that you could just man up about.
Understood. I'll try to lighten your burden as much as possible.
Boros would step forward and say, "What are your qualifications, Doctor?"
My qualifications.
Yes, what god do you serve? Who speaks to you to heal?
I serve no god. I am a doctor. I studied at the... Give me one moment. I didn't post the lore document, so I'll briefly say some information about what he's about to say. I studied at the Wexamore Institute of Medicine. I got my credentials there and were proven and went through all the trials and tribulations to become a certified doctor through that institute. All of you would know that before the fall, the world was sort of divided into the 4 great continents. It was Northerel, Estrel, Wexamore, and Sourvelis. I wonder where those names come from, what I did there. It's really clever, actually, when you think about it. I'll spell them out for you.
So deep, so deep.
I'll spell them out for you, and you'll see even
What?
further how I did this. It's actually
Huh?
kind of crazy when you see this. You'll be like, whoa.
Whoa.
What the?
Give me 1 second as I'm getting them all spelled.
Jake just laughing to himself as he thinks of this. Whoa, dude.
What?
I wonder what that could be.
Mm-hmm.
Be.
I think Wexamore is for Wumba.
I've spent much of my life learning the practice of medicine, saving lives, and going through things the right way.
Yet you talk to no god?
I don't need the assistance of any god. Besides, there are no gods to speak to anymore.
You're right about that.
Maybe. Maybe.
Metis just kind of looks down and he goes,
Doctor, your views of masculinity are deeply toxic. I ask that you keep them to yourself in the future, around my friends.
What did you just say to me?
Oh,
Your
no,
idea
Horus,
to
it's quite
man
alright.
up and
She wasn't bothering me.
take no, let me finish. You say to man up and take injury like it is expected to do. You do not have to, friends. Do not let him bully you.
Oh, it's really no trouble at all.
You can cry if you want to, my friends. Sometimes it hurts.
I don't think this scrawny piece of shit could ever man up to do anything in his life. I'm sure Daddy paid for your college. Pushed you through, right?
Was that supposed to be, like, insulting, or...?
Just a statement of fact.
If I looked at the ocean and said it was purple, would that be a statement of fact because I'm stupid enough to think it's true?
Okay. Perception is reality, as they say.
Who says?
You see him, just, look to you all and go, if there's nothing I can help you with, kindly leave me alone. When he says that, you'd see him reach, toward, his, jacket, and he pulls out what looks to be, like, a folded up piece of white parchment, lays it out. What looks to be a green powder, lies within, as he's grumbling to himself, clearly annoyed at speaking to you all, as he just knees down and just snorts the whole line of the thing.
Intriguing medicine. I'll leave you to it.
Wipes his nose, which is blood dripping from it then.
Oh yeah. You were a university kid.
As he shoos you all off. Do you stay or do you go to head out?
I leave.
Each of you would
Medicine.
leave.
Go head out.
Heading back. Drag you back here. As all of you are together, assumedly, you will be moving to go and assist with the loading of things onto the ship as needed, and do that. But before that, I do have to ask, since you all are together, is there any interactions that you are all going to be having between one another before we move forward?
Yeah, maybe just a quick one as we're leaving, like, the doctor's office.
Go ahead.
Metis would just kind of, like, while they're walking, just kind of, like, lean to the party and be like, we really shouldn't be too hard on him about that. I mean, I'm sure it's very stressful being the doctor for a whole ship.
It is big responsibility. He make tall claims about this university and schooling. I hope he can back it up.
Stress or not, and credentials or not, you really want somebody trusted with your life to be high on his ass while he's working on you.
Oh, you seemed like a trustworthy fellow. I'd trust any of you with my life.
I'm beginning to think you might trust anyone.
Oh, well, there is good in all people, isn't there?
There's the potential for good in all people.
That's true. Sometimes there are bad people, and, you do have to kill bad people, but, you shouldn't assume the worst right off the bat. But of course, that's just my opinion. I mean, you could have your opinion too. Don't feel pressured by mine.
This is a beautiful way to look at the world.
It is,
Cool,
it
man.
is.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I try to be very open-minded, That's what my god would want.
Well, here's a question. Does it not make you inherently evil to murder? Even if they're evil? Or are you justified At what point do you kill enough evil people that you start to become just like them?
What a philosophical question.
Chew on that one, friend.
Yes, I'll think on that and I'll get back to you.
I am suspecting this is the first time that you've discussed such matters. You discuss them as a drunkard in a bar would.
Who are you directing that to?
Me?
Did both of you?
Oh,
Oh, yeah? Let's hear your all-encompassing life philosophy, then.
It's not something that can be phrased simply in a short conversation with a brute like yourself.
Well, I am a brute. I'm not going to deny that. But one thing's for certain, friend. The world, the way it works, it's actually a lot more simple than you think.
you guys are great.
Oh, we're gonna have fun.
I love you guys. I can't wait to get there.
And with that being said, I believe you all go and do as you need to do to assist in helping things get loaded on the ship. Hard work, but nothing that's being offered is unfair necessarily. Things that you guys are helping with are perfectly within your means to do. It's not like jobs being offered to Boros or being offered to Periwinkle as well. You guys are fully doing things that you have the capability of doing. Captain does seem to be rather fair and reasonable in that regard through the experiences of seeing him actually command the sailors. You'd see a rather diverse array of crew members across the ship, all different walks of life. Despite the sort of posh and garish look of the hold, you would see that, oddly, the sailors themselves have a bit more of, what's the word I'm looking for here? I'm really blanking on this word. Sorry, give me one moment. Bit more of a what would be sort of a sort of destitute look to them. They certainly are all dressed in what you would not really expect of a mercantile crew of this type. And as you all are working with them, I get a perception check from everyone. Perception is located on your character sheet on the first page, not in the proficiency section.
Woo!
Excellent.
Metis is looking up at the clouds.
Wait, hang on. Oh, there it is. Do I click the +4? Is that it?
Yeah, it's
perception.
Yeah, it should be perception. Right on your thing.
Click the dice next to it.
You click the dice.
Oh, the
next to
dice,
it.
the
Yeah,
dice.
above
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Unknown adventurer. No way.
I don't know why it's doing that.
Let me look. I don't know either.
I think it's a token thing.
Let me see then.
Oh,
I've
yeah,
had
maybe
this
it's-
problem before.
Maybe his token was down before they changed the name.
Yep. I got
Yes,
it.
if you just
Oh,
delete the
speaking of-
token and put
speaking
it,
of tokens,
drag a new one.
I updated.
I
I
have a-
updated the name.
A little,
Okay.
Did you have a little request with the tokens?
Mm-hmm.
Can you change the names to like hover over for everyone?
Is it not that
Yes.
for everyone?
No,
Yeah.
No.
that would help.
I can see my own name, but not anyone else's.
Yeah, same.
So when you
Alright.
hover over someone else's, you can't see their name.
No.
Yep.
Where is that setting?
I think you have to edit on the sheets themselves. Otherwise, you gotta do the token every time you place it down.
Okay, so
But it's just their
Why?
token settings, I think, under visibility or something like that.
visibility.
Hover by anyone, I think.
Why does Ben's character have a 15-foot circle around him? and
He is
highlighted?
an
I activated my champion aura.
He's got
Oh.
absolute aura.
Yeah, he is an aura. In fact, I think Hamby should as well, but
Yeah, I just didn't activate.
it's just not activated. This guy's just showing off. Hover over by anyone. I see what it is now. I'll go ahead and do that. Do I have to replace the tokens after doing so as well?
Maybe. Oh wait, I see Rashid's name. And Uzak. Is it Uzak or? Did I say that right?
Yeah. Uzak, yeah.
I love how
Uzak.
small
Is it like
Periwinkle's
potato
token
potato
is.
kind of thing? Like
Uzak, whatever. I said Uzak, so whatever.
Everyone go ahead and
Yeah,
hover
yeah.
over each other and confirm that you can see each other, because I just fixed it for
Yes, I see everybody.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks good.
everyone. Perfect.
Yep.
Perfect. Apologies for that. I have it so that the stream setup, the Steam user is owner of everyone, so they're able to see everyone's stuff anyway. So, nevertheless, perception checks. Okay. Periwinkle, you're really the only person who sort of picks up on this. Uzak and Boros, as you guys are going about, again, you guys spot the sailors look a bit more, what looks to be sullied, sort of impoverished, looking more than they would expect from this affluent ship. Their clothes are more tattered, and furthermore than that, their hygiene isn't particularly well either, from what you're seeing. Which isn't necessarily strike you as odd, but it certainly, again, clashes with the sort of garish look of the place. Periwinkle, the more you look as well, you begin to notice the captain looks somewhat odd and out of place as well. His clothing seems somewhat tattered, ruined, and at first you didn't notice it. It's hidden pretty well, but he carries himself with clothing that seemingly is ill-fitting him. Doesn't seem like it, belongs to him. And it looks, tattered and ruined. You can see some, what looks to be, holes across it and such. As you'd noticed that while working, throughout the day, with them. Would you be saying that to anyone, keeping it to yourself, or?
Since Periwinkle's trying to half-ass his work anyways, he's not going to draw attention to himself.
No, sure, fair enough, fair enough. But nevertheless, night falls. All of you gather below deck, and festivities for the night. People are drinking, they're having fun, making a sort of wreck of the place too, which again sort of clashes with the image you've been seeing of it. As the captain is rallying everyone together, you'd introduce yourselves to the crew, meeting each of the individuals aboard as you do. Boros, as the night continues, you never meet who is supposed to allegedly be your roommate. And as everyone settles in for the night, you settle into a room of just yourself. No roommate or anyone to be found.
We're still docked, right?
By nightfall, you guys would be setting off soon.
Okay.
You guys will be allowed to sleep. By the time you wake, you'd have set off already.
Okay.
But
So no one comes to join me in the room?
no one comes to join you in the room.
If no one came to join him, he'd go and knock on a door and ask to join them.
One of the doors of the members of people you've met so far, like the people you've...
Yeah.
Sure. Whose door?
Whoever's closest. I guess this one.
So that... So you go to knock on the door of what would be Metis and Uzak. So as you stand outside the door, you guys would hear a heavy knocking on your door.
Don't worry, I'll get it.
You'd pull open the door and you'd see somewhat leering over the door what would be Uzak. Probably his head, not Uzak, sorry, Boros. His head somewhat lowered.
Hello,
My
Boros.
roommate never arrived. I fear something may have happened to him, but more than that, I fear to sleep alone on this strange ship. Might I join you, comrades?
You're welcome in my bed.
You need somebody to tuck you in, big man.
No, I need no tucking and no bed. I will sleep on the stone. And he will lay his massive slab onto the ground as he enters the room with you guys. Next to one of your beds, probably this one, because it looks like there's just a smidge more room, maybe.
Just a little bit, yeah.
And he will cramp himself right up there.
Uzak would see this happening and be like, You know what, friend? I'll do you the favor. You could share a room with Metis here. I'll take the free one. And Uzak would just get up, grab his shit, and just move to the fucking free room.
Sure.
Metis would
Okay,
lean,
comrade. Goodbye.
You
Be
can move
safe.
yourself to it if you'd like.
Metis would lean over to Boros and be like, "See, now I knew he was a good man. I just knew. I could tell
Oh,
from
do I-
looking."
Do I have to like
He
go?
is
like, I
very
can't go through
scary
walls?
looking, but
Interesting.
he has good soul.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see. I have
you-
to actually.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
okay.
can't go through walls unless the
Ah.
DM ordains it.
Oh,
You
okay.
bounce off.
I do not allow wall goers.
No. That's cool. That's cool. I just
That's
was
the
used
same
to
when I do it
dragging
in roll
my
20
guy.
too.
I'm amazed
Are
I
you
fit through that door.
Yeah, no, I do.
It's no-
If I do a dungeon, you guys can't go through walls.
I
It's
feel
That
just
is
in
true.
roll 20, you don't bounce off it. It just shoves your token up against the wall and doesn't go any further.
Correct.
I don't know. I feel like I've never encountered it until now. Well, anyway, whatever.
He wouldn't move to the other bed. He had already set his stone down, so now it's kind of just like you're on your bed and you're like leaning over to talk to your friend at a sleepover. Metis.
Yeah, after maybe just some like idle chit chat, Metis would kind of lay on his back, like ready to go to sleep, but then he'll just like stare at the ceiling for like a minute and then say, "I wish we could see the stars from here. Such a shame." Anyway, good night.
Good night, friend. You will see stars soon enough.
What, are you gonna hit me on the head? That is a joke.
No. The stars, they are outside, but we are sleeping inside. I could poke hole through ceiling, but man might be mad. The captain does not like his ship to be hurt, I don't think. He is very sensitive about things like that and like dirt.
He's just very caring about his ship.
We go to sleep now. We have much to do tomorrow.
Okay. Honk shoe. You a honk
Periwinkle.
shoe or you a honk me me me?
Periwinkle. Rashid, is there anything that you two would be doing in the room you're in?
How is Periwinkle existing on his bed right now?
I mean, it's like literally on top of the pillow.
Oh man, every bed is a fucking king size at least.
Is that overwhelming or normal for you? The size of your bed and pillow?
Periwinkle is used to this.
Do you always say your name?
Periwinkle is not sure what Rashad means.
Rashid?
Rashid. Sorry, that was my bad.
The right hand and deliverer of justice. He took what you said literally. Yeah, like if you're saying you don't know what his name means.
Periwinkle is confused now.
You start everything with your name, Periwinkle.
Periwinkle is Periwinkle. Why would Periwinkle not state such?
Do you not say I instead of your name ever?
Periwinkle's face scrunches up. No. That would diminish Periwinkle.
So do you feel we diminish ourselves when we don't say our own name?
Periwinkle makes no judgment on how others feel about themselves
Gives a nod.
and their value to themselves.
It's like he wasn't even asking like accusatorily, he was just curious.
Now, Periwinkle asks, has Rashid noticed how shabby the others are?
The crew.
Yes.
Or do you mean that big one, Boros?
Quick question. How shabby was Boros?
Depends on Boros.
What do you mean by shabby? Like
I mean, is he
rinky-dink?
clean? Is
What?
his dress like fine, or is he like dirty, unkept, and probably hasn't had like a bath in 20 days?
You know, he seems like he's got decent upkeep for what you know of minotaurs, I guess. Not dirty, but not exactly showering every single day.
All right, thank you.
Hmm.
Boros seemed clean enough, so not Boros.
I suppose the crew might be. I wasn't looking for issues there. Why do you ask?
Periwinkle kind of gestures to around them. Periwinkle notices that everything is very nice. But the captain, not nice. The crew, not nice either. There is a discrepancy.
Perhaps all this nice was before the cataclysm, and they stopped caring about themselves, the captain at least, appearing as nice, since the times aren't nice anymore.
This is a question for Jake.
Mhm.
How familiar might Periwinkle be with the concept of either bandits or pirates and their mannerisms?
Yeah, I mean the mannerisms aside, you'd certainly be familiar with the concept of banditry and pirates at the very least.
Like how they would
Mannerisms?
generally look or appear
Um,
or act?
probably more familiar with with how a bandit would probably present himself than a pirate. You'd probably only know pirates from like sort of stories and not maybe like the actual picture of them.
Alright. How much do these guys match up with how a bandit might look or act, especially if they were sneaking or disguising themselves? Kinda. If that makes sense.
Roll me a society check. They are crass and certainly rude, and vulgar, and as I said, disheveled. But that doesn't strike you as out of the ordinary for normal sailors either.
Alright. Periwinkle just shrug. A Periwinkle doesn't know specifically, just it was something Periwinkle noticed.
I will pay closer attention on tomorrow. If it makes you feel any better, Periwinkle.
Oh, if trouble starts, Periwinkle will make Periwinkle self scarce.
Said about 8 inches, right?
Yep. A little over 8 inches.
How big's his gun? Is it?
It
Is it,
is like the length of Periwinkle himself.
Okay, yeah.
Everything is sized for him,
Yeah, that's
and
what I
we
thought.
all are going to just turn the blinkers on when I do damage.
Sure.
um,
I didn't make the rules.
is it tiring running these distances at your size?
Admittedly, Periwinkle has to struggle more to keep up, but Luckily, Periwinkle will probably just hitch a ride in someone's bag. Probably the big one.
Oh,
Boros won't notice.
if I notice, I won't be offended so long as it's a shoulder, the bag, or the top of my tail. No sitting on my head.
Periwinkle cannot promise it has the best vantage point.
There's kind of kind of a warm, as warm as a serpent head can have, kind of smirk over to you. Just kind of shakes his head and goes, "We should get some rest now, especially if things might be afoot."
Periwinkle's just like gonna curl up onto the pillow.
After what Periwinkle said to Rashid with what has happened in his background, he's gonna stay awake for probably the first like 3 or 4 hours that Periwinkle's sleeping.
Sure.
Just kind of watch the door.
You can roll me a perception check.
I closed my sheet again.
Don't notice anything particularly out of the ordinary. As each of you head off to bed, aside from Rashid, the rest of you can roll me one more perception check as well for something else.
Damn, whipping out big rolls.
Damn. Good rolls for everyone. Uzak, that will not be enough to hear this. But Periwinkle, Metis, and Boros, as each of you head to sleep, you would hear something strange, what feels like coming from below, as you'd hear what sounds like a low, like, humming sound in, like, a feminine voice from below deck.
What is that noise?
You hear that? It is singing. It is the goddess Penetar. She's calling to us.
Really? Cool. Should we?
Yes,
probably
we must go see
find
her.
the voice. Yeah. Sounds like it's below us, so I guess below deck.
Yes, below deck we go.
All right.
You guys are going to head out to go below deck?
Clunkily raise his slab, yes.
Meta sits up and he's in like a dark blue like stars pajamas. He hops out of bed.
Probably not late enough so that you all don't hear what sounds like someone very large moving around outside with a large stone going to leave. So each of you...
He would go to knock on
Mhm.
knock on the door for Periwinkle, because he definitely want to let Periwinkle know, since they had expressed that they,
No, sure.
I believe, were also followers of Penetar. He'd knock on the door.
As a loud thud on the door would I'll go into the room of Periwinkle and Rashid.
Hearing the footsteps coming, Rashid had already been at the door, so as the knock happens, he's continuing to open the door and just
You punch him in the face.
and then looks up just a little bit to meet, Boros' face.
Hello, friend. There is singing coming from the hold. I believe it to be our goddess Penetar. I wish to invite the tiny one to come with us. You as well, if you would be interested.
I would, but No, you wouldn't say it like that. I don't wish for you to be pained being her follower. That is most likely not Penetar.
We must take the chance that it is, though.
Yeah, it could be a fun mystery.
Lead on, large one, and the everlasting optimist.
While
Come, my friends.
while,
We must
while
get the
those two are-
scary one.
while those two are talking, Metis is gonna go to Uzak's door. Be like,
Don't bother
It would be
him.
this one.
Oops.
Opposite side.
I thought it was the bottom right. I was too busy being in
Boros
my
would
room.
say
with the other
that we
one.
have to get the scary one, but he would stand by the door waiting for someone else to knock.
Menace would just walk right up and start knocking.
Uzak, aside from hearing what sounded like someone moving around, you hear a knock on your door.
I go to the door and I answer it. Open
Just
it
pull
up.
it open. You
And
say,
I'd look at him and I'd just go, "What's the matter? Is he a snorer?"
No, we heard some singing downstairs and we're going to investigate. You should come with.
You heard singing.
Yeah. Boros thinks it's a god. What if?
The gods are dead, friend.
Well, I guess we'll see when we go downstairs, huh?
We will see. We will see.
Come on, it'll be fun. Follow me.
Whatever. Maybe I could swipe some booze while I'm down there.
Metis jumps around in his pajamas and nightcap.
as you all are going
Matching,
to
of
head
course.
downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, you absolutely can. Give me one moment. Just let me go ahead and get some mysterious music.
Mysterious. Spooky.
Yeah, we can use this playlist. Until I decide it's too scary. Should link to a playlist, by the way. As each of you move below deck, arriving into the hold. As you arrive into the hold, I'll grab each of you and... I'm just gonna move all of you to, like, here-ish, you know, by the way. Yeah. As all of you would arrive down in the hold, as you do, you would notice the lanterns that are lit on the map. That is not true. The room is engulfed in darkness. There is no light inside of it at all right now, and it is dead silent.
I thought there was singing that was heard.
Metis will
I heard
cast light to create an orb of light kind of right in front of him.
Sure.
I just pull out my bullseye lantern and crack it open.
It was coming from down here. I am sure of it.
Good freak, buddy. You sure you didn't hear that?
Oh, I heard it too.
Yeah, well, I'm not exactly sure. I trust your opinion because, well, you seem very agreeable. And if somebody says they heard something, I think you're inclined to be like, yeah, no, that happened.
No, I'm not being patronizing this time.
This
So
time.
you were being
What?
patronizing before.
Anyway, where's that noise?
We'll look for source of noise.
Uh,
I will start by checking these things.
Uzak goes straight for a casket of whatever alcohol it is, and like finds a cup and is just helping himself. And he's like, the doctor said to you know, keep a light on, or to not what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, I'm tired. To not use too many of our supplies, but you know what they say. A glass a day keeps the doctor away.
All of you rolling me a perception check as you get down here.
That's not what they say.
You don't know who I know. And he'd take a big gulp of the fucking stolen booze.
People may say that.
See? He agrees.
You just pointed out he's overly agreeable.
Uzak, as you go to look for any of these that you could draw from, you would see that none of them seem to be particularly open. so it would be hard to get from them. Aside from this one over here, as you see at the back, has a dripping, what looks to be red alcohol coming from the side of it, as if it was recently like a nozzle was stuck in and something was poured into it.
Tapped. Yeah, someone was tapped. Okay, yeah,
Mhm.
then I'd go over there and take a look. See.
Yeah, as you would see dripping from the nozzle, it looks to be a crimson red alcohol just plopping one drop onto the floor, and then it's sort of not doing so anymore.
Is there like a tap like for it, like a spout somewhere?
Yeah.
Where he's like "Yeah, the gods are dead, but today they smiled on me. And yeah, he'd take a cup and fill the cup and give it a sniff to try to determine what kind of alcohol it is.
As you sniff it, there's a heavy alcoholic stench, but also a heavy metallic stench, and it sort of makes you rear your head back.
What the fuck?
It's like a winey alcoholic stench, and then just a heavy metallic smell to it.
I thought this guy paid for the good stuff. Ugh. Hey Boros, you a drinker?
I enjoy water, yes, and sometimes. So water is fine.
Alright, well, your palate may not be appropriate for this. Hey, who among you enjoys a little bit of the spirits?
Kind of spirits.
I have enjoyed drinks before.
Here, you try this. You tell me how it tastes. Hey,
Step
go ahead.
over and we'll take a very small taste.
As you drink it, very metallic flavor with like very slight like wine flavor to it assails your senses, overpowering immediately. It does not taste good to you.
He like his maw like scrunches up as he clenches his eyes. Jake, is there anything I could roll to see if my player suspicions are true that it tastes like there's blood in the wine? Like I don't know, medicine maybe?
Have you tasted blood before?
He
Who
certainly,
has? Mouth?
he certainly did. He certainly did in the gladiator
Yeah,
arena.
you can
He
roll
used
me a
his best
medicine
weapon.
check.
All right. There's the dice button.
There's a very heavy metallic taste to it, that is akin to it, but the alcoholic taste is throwing you off as well. You're not quite sure what it is, but it is likened to blood in your mind, at least in some ways.
I really don't recommend anyone drinks this, and it's not because it tastes bad. It tastes as if there's something akin to blood in it.
Well, far be it from me to be unfamiliar with the taste of blood, but it's not something I voluntarily imbibe in. Thanks for the heads up, buddy. And he'd slap you on the arm.
Question. So this alcohol is leaking from the barrel, or is it just like open?
It was leaking from the nozzle that was put inside of it.
Okay.
As if it had been recently used.
Seeing as we don't find any sort of singing woman down here, Metis is just gonna call out and say, "Is anybody down here?"
Your voice echoes some in the room, and you do not hear any response.
Huh.
Periwinkle, did you hear humming or singing down here?
I believe Jacob is BRB currently.
I'm
He
back.
just said that.
Oh, okay, perfect. My bad.
Periwinkle may have heard something, but Periwinkle also knows that sailors like to sing.
Ooh, what if it
Did
was a
we-
mermaid?
Did we see any women amongst the crew?
Yeah, there'd be probably a couple. Certainly not the
Okay.
majority, but
Okay.
they're definitely there.
Very odd beverage that they carry aboard, but appears to be no singing anyone down here, goddess or otherwise.
Menace will venture a bit further back since the lights are out. Maybe they're just in the dark or something.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
gang, this
you
has
walk
certainly
back, you don't
been
see anybody.
riveting, but I think I'm going back to bed. And then he would go up to like the food stores. He goes, but not without a midnight snack, and try to grab an apple or something.
Rashid is gonna walk over and like actively try to smack your hand that goes to grab. Actually, he's gonna smack you with his tail that you try to grab some food with.
Uzak would look back at you with like a big smile and say, "That was cute. Now, I'm gonna go for another apple. And if you do that again, well, I'll just be straight with you. I'm gonna punch you in the face." So,
Rashid
Is an
smiles.
like, is an apple like worth a few teeth? You tell me. And Uzak would still be staring you in the eyes while while reaching his other hand towards the apple.
Going to instead of using his tail, he's going to grab your wrist with his hand.
As as soon as you grab him, he's swinging with his other hand.
All right, you
Whoa.
have
Like to punch you-
you can go ahead and
punch you in the
press the
face.
press the select target button, which is
Where is that?
so on the UI, it's below the square that is there when you're on token controls, and you'll click
Select target.
onto
Gotcha.
you'll click onto Rashid,
Yeah.
and then you'll click back to the square. You can open your character sheet and press your unarmed attack.
Before that happens, just real
I don't know.
fast.
No, sure, go ahead.
Where Periwinkle is that a door?
No, it is not. You do not see a door.
Okay. All right, continue.
I mean,
That'll
23 hits.
Yeah, that hits. You can go ahead and click damage. So he punches you in the face for 6 damage. You can click damage on that, Ben, and it'll actually subtract for you. As long as you click your
So
token
cool.
first.
That's so cool.
I gotta click my token first.
Click your token first, and then click damage, and it'll subtract the damage for you.
Okay.
Oh, damn, Forge, you cool. That's like such a little thing that should be in everything, but when you've never experienced it.
When you punch Rashid in the face,
Mm-hmm.
his head moves with the punch because it was 6 damage, not nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It just slowly turns his head back towards you. You're not stealing food.
Who's stealing?
You are by taking outside of meals.
Periwinkle, when you were over there, what I will say you would have saw is beneath the wood there, there does appear to be some stone embedded into the wall. It seems like the wood some has eroded there, and there seems to be some stone built into the ship that is directly beneath the wood there.
Is there like a hole or anything you can pry on?
It's more like loose, decaying wood there, and you can sort of just see the stone beneath it.
Okay.
Nothing to pry on, though, or anything like that.
Uzak would say back to you, "Hey man, if you don't consider a midnight snack a meal, you sadly haven't lived."
I have lived, both wrongly and rightly. Walk away.
Oh, also, no, go ahead. Sorry, finish that, and then I'll. Yeah.
I'll walk away as soon as I take this apple.
You'll walk away now.
Menace walks over. Hey guys, what's going on here?
Metis, good friend, chum, buddy, pal.
Yes?
Do me a favor.
Mm.
Can you grab that apple for me and just give it to me? I'm a
I
little
actually
tied up.
I actually have apples up in my room.
Uzak would be like, I gotta make a wisdom check, I guess.
While you're making that check, Periwinkle, when you were over by that wall as well, you would have seen behind this sort of storage area, what looks to be loose fabrics, and more importantly, on mannequins, it looks to be several very fanciful-looking dresses that seem somewhat out of place within the supplies down here as well. Just to point out, that is actually there.
What about these?
Those are the brigs.
Okay.
Yeah, that was
And they're
explained.
empty?
Yeah, they're empty. There's no one in them.
My apologies then.
Would a wisdom check be will? Is that what that is? The equivalent?
Yeah, I mean, if you're
The-
just wanting to, test your your sort of your raw wisdom, you could also just roll a d20 plus 1 if you're being wise, or you could do a will check. Will save. It depends on what you're wanting, because will save is technically a contest of your character's will, whereas a wisdom check would that's just your RP thing. It's whatever you want it to be here. It's
Okay.
your role play. So.
Yeah. Is there where's the roll button? Like the dice button? Is there somewhere
Do
there?
/roll and then type what you want to type.
Oh, okay. Same as Roll20.
Mhm.
/ roll 1d20 plus 1. No? Is it not /roll? Maybe is it slash
Let's roll space, I think.
roll space? Thank you.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
Ooh, okay. Uzak would be like, well, usually I'm a man of some pretty strong principles, and I would stand by them and not let this slide. But I'm a little tired today. We've had a big day. So, I get an apple, and you don't get punched in the face again. I figure fair's fair. And Uzak would stop reaching for the apple and be like, Metis, I'll take 2 apples, thank you very much.
Of course! However many apples you need, friend.
and Uzak would give Rashid a big toothy grin and just be like, what would he even say? Fuck. I guess he'd be like, you can't win them all, or something like that. I don't know.
Metis wipes his head. He's like, whew, I'm glad we can resolve that peacefully.
I don't know that I would call it peacefully, but I'm glad you're going to your room for the night.
Yeah, well, he didn't have a knife in his chest. That's pretty peaceful to me. Anyway, I guess there really is nothing down here. I mean, looking around. Anyone else see anything?
Oh, Periwinkle found some dresses that you 3 would look lovely in.
Oh, thank you. I'm so flattered. But
3?
what? Why dresses? What? And Metis will come over, take a look at it.
You'll see the dresses.
I don't really know.
I
why
will
we
say,
have
despite
this
what's shown on the
story.
map, they all look more like that black, sort of gothic style.
Oh, they're not different colored?
No, they are
That's a
all
pity.
sort of black and red, is what you see.
Interesting. I didn't think. I can't possibly think of what we would need dresses for. I mean, the fertile soil makes sense, but dresses, I mean, it's more of a luxury item, if anything.
Maybe the captain thinks that there's a lack of
High society?
high society. Thank you. That's exactly where I was going with it. Yeah, a lack of culture on this island. High society, even.
Maybe. Well, I feel like, I mean, like you said earlier, might have been better to use that space for something more useful. But I guess we could ask the captain about it in the morning.
We could.
It's got me curious. Another mystery.
It is.
One mystery ends and another opens.
This whole time, he's still like he's not glaring at Uzak, but he is watching Uzak.
Uzak is just smiling at him.
He's smiling back.
Metis is also smiling.
When is he not smiling though?
Yeah.
When he's staring at the
you
sky,
announce.
and he's just like spaced out, he's probably not smiling
Everyone's
then.
smiling. Wow.
Everyone, wow, all
It's such
smiling.
a happy party. Yay. Alright, well,
Were you pointing out to anyone else the stone as well, Periwinkle, or just the dresses?
How odd is a stone on a ship? Does Periwinkle know?
Or is Periwinkle, do you think, particularly knowledgeable on like ships, like sailing and such?
Probably not. Nothing beyond like a normal like river or lake boat.
Yeah, then you can roll me another society check and we'll see. If you had lore sailing, I would have allowed something else. It's not unheard of, but it's not common.
Oh, Periwinkle will also tell you it is a bit odd for there to be stone right there. Don't ships sink if they're too heavy with stone?
that's true. That's why they're made out of wood, I think.
And if you do look
Let me
over,
take a look.
you would see the stone beneath the rotting wood.
Interesting.
Stone, you say? Let me have a look at this. I am
Yes,
expert on
yes.
stone.
Oh.
Feel free. Metis will step to the side so Boros could get through it.
Oh, he just crushed the cat.
Oh no!
Oops.
Wait, is that a cat? Oh no!
It was
is
too
a cat.
dark.
Oh no! You stepped on the cat.
He doesn't even notice.
Put it right in the rash.
How do I do a stone roll?
Oh yeah, I forgot you had this.
See, you have stone
Wait, you have
Yeah,
stone
you
lore?
have
Lore?
you have lore. This would be lore dungeons you're
rocks?
rolling, I think technically.
I mean,
It's
if
just
he
a
has
minotaur.
stone lore, it should be under the
Lore
lore skills.
dungeons.
Let me
Hell
check.
Yeah.
Let me check as well. What I think you get a racial thing. I changed your name, the name to lore dungeons. What was it?
Okay.
I for masonry. You gain a +2 circumstance bonus to perception checks to notice unusual stonework.
I can't believe it.
Ooh.
That came up. No,
So,
Oh my God.
Stone lore.
So actually,
Such a
Suv, you're gonna notice this when you click on the dice for perception. There's gonna be a circumstance bonus you can click on that will add the +2 for I for masonry. So you can go ahead and do
Oh,
that.
okay.
People remember that actually everyone should have 2 hero points by this point, and that can be used to re-roll things.
We should all have
High
two.
for masonry.
Everyone has 2 except for Ben, who has 3.
Okay.
And these don't
How do
last
I
between
activate
sessions.
it?
So on the sheet, you've clicked perception, or are you clicking that now?
Yeah, I have to like actually be rolling it. Oh, okay,
Yeah,
and then I
click
can flip the
and-
switch on.
Yep, and then you
Okay,
flip the switch on.
very cool.
It says all your buffs too in the chat, which is handy to keep
Oh,
track of.
cool.
Mm.
Is that the role you want to keep?
Yeah,
no,
hero point.
I could do it. Wait, I could use a hero point and do it
So
again.
if you
I'm gonna
want to do that, yeah, if you want to, the way you do that actually is you can hover over your roll, and you can actually right click, and it'll bring up a bunch of options, and one of the options will say re-roll using hero point.
Oh, nice. All right, let's do that.
Woo!
Oh, baby.
Hell yeah.
This stonework seems odd to you. It doesn't seem like this particular piece of stone is a wall. As you examine it over, roll me a lore dungeon at advantage.
Lord
This
Dungeon.
is so funny.
PC is effective.
I love-
I
Yeah.
forgot I could not have planned around you guys also going after the sound and also this. I forgot about this.
How do I
roll
do
it.
an advantage roll? Should I just roll it twice?
So when
No,
you
there's,
click on it, it'll offer
yeah.
an option to roll it at advantage. So you'll go to your lore skill, you'll click the die, and you'll see keep higher as one of the options beneath the modifiers. In fact, as well, you'll see there's a thing called modifier. Go ahead and add a +2 to that as well. As you'll be able to put +2 and press add, it'll give you another +2 and at advantage. Considering your,
All right, and keep higher.
yes, considering your unique circumstances.
Oh, you made the name of the modifier +2 and added +1.
Oops.
But so it should be one more than that.
So it's 24.
Mm-hmm.
So, Boros, this is assuredly a secret door. You have encountered this many a time while you have been in the dungeon. The unusual
My
masonry
friends, good news.
and the whitmark of it, this is assuredly a secret door that has some sort of mechanism to make it open.
This is not wall. This, he taps the big slab of rock on his back, was wall. This is door. I recognize stonework. I have quite an eye for it. And there is some way to open this door. But that I do not know.
Another mystery. Let's try the classics. And Metis will go to like the torch or the lamp next to the wall and just like try to pull on it.
You can roll me another perception check as well, Boros, with the eye for masonry to see if you can find the way to open it. As you pull the lamp, Metis, nothing does happen. You can also roll a perception though.
Darn.
Boros, you are able to find some uneven stonework, specifically in the stone, that indicates a clear sort of way that you can press into it.
Ah, yes. We feel around for a pressure point, perhaps. Maybe right here? And he will press on the point that feels different. Ah!
As you do, the doorway slides and opens up into a cold room made entirely of stone.
Guys,
Now
come
it
here.
feels like home.
Uzak looks past Rashid and goes, "Whoa, you don't see that on the ship every day."
Come, my friends. The stone calls to us. He will walk into the stone room.
If it wasn't already assumed, Rashid had let go of your wrist. You know.
Yeah, no, we were just
while ago.
like staring at each other. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But you were staring at me, so I was like, I was kind of pointing out the door to you if we were staring at each other.
Be my guest and go look.
So people can enter, and I'll describe once
that's
people
true.
have entered.
Oh fuck!
As you all come in, you
Oh,
would
shit.
find inside of this room nothing save for several chains that appear to be attached to some sort of mechanisms built into the ground that are wrapped around a large coffin that sits completely shut. Atop the coffin, grooming themselves, is a black cat that turns to look toward you all as you enter the room.
Aw, kitty.
Harry
Our
Winkle's just
vamp-
like hiding on the side of like the door, peering in just with his head.
Are vampires common knowledge or no?
What pyres?
Huh?
You can roll me a, let's see, occultism check.
Okay.
Or religion.
Oh, I'll take that
I
one.
try religion.
Yeah. If you're
Hooray!
trained in religion or occultism, you can roll that.
Hold on, let me re-roll that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because I'm not champion. Religion. Roll that.
Swing
power
your
of-
Bible
Wow.
now. Follow me. I'll take you to a world
Take you to a
of
land
mi-
of mystery. I can't remember. We
I
can
can't
sing,
remember
we
the
can
rest of the
dance, we
group.
can have lots of fun. Pull out your gun while we hit on the nuns. And that's all I remember.
I'm sorry, it was religion you said?
Yes, if you're trained in it.
Trained
Or
in religion
occultism.
or
I am,
occultism.
yeah.
There's a lot of religion people in the party.
We love God.
Disgusting.
Alrighty. So, Rashid, with your training, you to be clear, vampires are not common knowledge in the world at all. But Rashid, you've heard legends, rumors, for about undead, night-dwelling undead that do live in coffins that are considered particularly powerful. You've not been able to ever get the name of these creatures, but you have heard of them before.
Okay.
Uzak, hearing that they are night dwellers, they are undead, and that they do consume blood is what you know about them.
Mm-hmm.
Uzak, with your natural 20, from your history, you have heard tales of horrid creatures, undead in nature, that have the ability to shapeshift, consume blood, and prowl nighttime with their crimson eyes, looking to feast upon the living. Powerful undead known as vampires, who have a mastery of domination, charm, and the night itself. Boros, you recall someone you knew from the dungeon. Pale-skinned, deep sunken red eyes. A strange figure, and one who you felt no violent impulses toward for some reason. Very strange as you recall them. You recall that they would drain the blood of people that you would occasionally find across the dungeon, and that they would sleep in coffins as well.
Huh.
Mattis, you have no clue.
You have these type here.
Is it like a dead guy, or?
Uzak would via his training and everything, or he'd kind of freeze up for a sec and just say, "Nobody touch anything." This thing. Would I know? Because you said, I know that vampires are able to charm things and shapeshift. Would I know anything about like a vampire's familiar? You know, like the cat. No. Okay. Yeah. Uzak would say, "Nobody touch anything."
Oh. Why?
This is not just a coffin. This thing is very likely housing something extremely dangerous.
And as you say that, you all hear a voice call out to you from behind and go, "What the hell are you guys doing? You certainly above your pay grade, looking through what you're looking through now." If you turn around, you'll see the captain with a somewhat nervous look on his face as he sees you all where you are.
Metis also looks nervous. He goes, "Nothing."
Yeah? That's what you're going with?
I mean, I just sleepwalking.
You're awake.
Captain, these
Nailed
guests
it.
have special accommodations they require. I do not know if this is appropriate for them to be hidden in wall.
Yes. I'm transporting the remains of a dead relative. I didn't really want to talk about it because it's a sore subject. I would very much appreciate that you get out of the housing chamber for them.
You often chain down the inanimate objects, or how would you put this? Do you often yeah, I guess that works. Chain something that it can't move down.
Have you been on a ship before?
No, but I'm pretty familiar with the concept of a fucking vampire.
Are you familiar with the concept of waves? And shit being knocked around when the boat gets rocked? I don't want the corpse of my dear family member damaged.
Our
I'm not
condolences.
that familiar with it.
Our condolences, Captain.
Thank you. Really, you guys should probably head out. You should not be here.
I agree entirely. My apologies.
Yes. So sorry for your loss.
Periwinkle, I'll even wave for you suggestively to hop on as I'm going by.
Yeah,
Captain, this man, this one who sits in this bed, he is my roommate, no?
No, it's a dead person inside of the coffin. They can't be your roommate. They're dead.
They are not dead. I have seen this many times before. They sleep strangely at strange time. Very thirsty bunch, though.
You're talking. That's ridiculous. What you're saying. You're ridiculous. Good jokes. You're a funny guy. Is what I have to admit.
He's not ridiculous.
You have to admit he's
not
one of the
ridiculous.
funnier
Yep.
members of the crew. No, it's just the dead relative. His eyes are particularly staring now down toward the legs of Boros, where the cat has now hopped down and sort of nuzzles against the side of Boros's leg a moment before it moves, walking forward further into the room to here. And he's like,
That's it. Boros, we should go upstairs. This is not our place.
This motherfucker just trapped us on a ship with some sort of monster.
I didn't trap anyone on anything. There's no monsters here. That's a rude thing to say, by the way.
Uzak.
Periwinkle is confused. What do you think is in the coffin? Or sorry, what does Uzak think is in the coffin?
What indeed? You hear a voice say, from the direction of the cat.
Ooh.
Yeah,
and as that gets happened, the cat begins to get engulfed in a shadow and then rise up. And as the shadow rises up, a figure appears there. As you would see, a woman rise from where the shadow is. As you would see, dressed in very fine black garments, what looks to be this strange looking woman. Black hair tied back in a braid, dressed in this very nice black clothing with red eyes that are just orbs of red, pale skin as she looks out to you, as you would see.
The most vampire-ass vampire I've ever seen.
A druid.
You are a cat? I am confused.
Periwinkle, from all the way where he's hiding behind a crate, just gonna shout, "That is a witch."
So many
Oh.
guesses. And
Hello.
all wrong. Captain, you
Nice
didn't tell me I would be receiving guests. As she says that, Captain has a hint of there's a smugness to it as she says it. Druid, like you said, yes, I invited her aboard to make sure that the remains of my family member are properly guarded.
Yes, nice to meet you. I'm Metis. You didn't happen to be related to that other cat wasn't also a druid, was it?
There was no other cat near there. It's just the one.
Oh, okay. It's just goofing. I just thought it'd be funny to be like,
It's dead on the ground.
swipe the smudge away, like.
Was that your auntie?
Yeah. Oops.
I'm Odessa. A pleasure to meet you.
Oh, hey, were you singing earlier?
Singing?
Yeah, we heard some kind of woman singing down here, which is why we came down. I couldn't find, a woman until now, so it wasn't you?
My, you have quite the good ears, don't you?
Thank you.
Hearing through wood and stone.
What?
You
Oh,
are
were you
not
singing
good
in the
as
stone
Minotaur.
room?
What was that you said, Boros?
I just say he's kind of under his breath. You are not good as Minotaur.
Are you so sure of that?
Yes, she is Minotaur.
Penetar
Not
takes
cat.
many forms. Or took,
She does.
at the very least.
Who can know for
Gonna take out a
sure?
little scrap of paper and start writing that down.
The gods are as malleable as clay, or at least they used to be.
What do you mean used to be?
Quite the digging you all did while on someone else's ship. I didn't know your new crew members were so insubordinate, Captain. The captain, to his credit, is seemingly having difficulty deciding what to say or do here.
Metis will jump in to help the captain. Well, I mean, to be fair, we work here now, so we were just, investigating a suspicious noise at night.
A suspicious noise. Singing does not strike me as particularly suspicious.
Wow.
Does
Well,
sirens
that's-
exist?
Yeah, I mean they do, but whether you know about them would be a check. You can roll me occultism, arcana, nature. Any of those three. Day 14, you probably have heard of the concept of like sirens of like in tales and stories, but don't know anything specifically about them outside of what someone who might have heard of a siren from a legend might luring sailors to death with singing.
Right. Good enough. That's all I needed. Periwinkle thinks we were going against a siren.
A siren wouldn't be inside the ship, would they? And you'd be walking right into the siren's trap if you were to follow their singing, wouldn't you?
I don't know about any sirens, but, I mean, singing could have been anything. It was worth investigating.
What did you guys do with the cup of the alcohol, by the way?
Let's give it to Rashid.
And what did Rashid do with it?
Oh, I was just getting like a drop of my finger to taste it. So the cup would have just been left there. She didn't need a cup to taste test it.
So then what would have happened to the cup then?
I assume then the
Probably
cup
still
is
sitting
gonna be
out.
sitting right there.
Yeah, like leave it on the barrel or something.
So you just put it on top of the barrel. And look, they were taking things that were not supposed to be theirs either. She goes to walk. If any of you try to stop, are any of you trying to stop her as she goes to walk past many of you?
No.
No. If
Mhm.
anything, I'm taking a slow step backwards, like this way.
She
Yeah.
walks over and grabs the cup and will take it and drink it all down in one go. A bit of the crimson still clinging to the side of her lip as she wipes that down and goes, I left it out for so long, it's some spoiled now. You should not be touching things that aren't yours. I believe you should tell them such, Captain. So the captain goes, yes, should not be sneaking into the hold and drinking or eating anything that isn't yours.
From across the fucking hold, Rashid is just glaring at Uzak.
Metis bows his head. He's like, I'm
Uzak's not
so
looking your
sorry,
way.
Captain.
He's like, Uzak is staring dead at the captain. You could see that there is fury building in him.
Metis bows.
You all feel
Just
the ship
apologizes.
shake some, and feel movement as well as you do.
Whoa!
Like the ship move?
Mm-hmm.
Like it hit something, something hit it. Or
No,
just
like,
made a big wave.
Like you just set off from the port.
Oh, I thought we already had.
No, you had not yet.
Okay.
As you would all feel the boat move and the ship begin to sail.
Oh, I guess we're on our way.
Well,
Shouldn't you be up
we are.
deck, Captain?
Yes, I should be up deck. Who took the drink?
Uzak would grab the captain by the collar and he says, "You're going to give some answers right now."
Do
Can I
not
roll intimidation or something.
touch me.
Uzak, release the captain.
So I think he's more intimidated by her right now, so I don't think that, it would do anything more for him. If that makes sense.
Who asked who took the drink? Was it the vampire?
captain.
Or vampire lady? The captain did. Metis would step forward and he said, "Captain, it was me. I'm so sorry."
Meta, shut the hell up.
Do not lie to the captain.
The captain's been lying to us.
I didn't
Yeah,
lie
so it's only fair.
about anything.
You withheld information. Some very important information. Life or death kind of shit.
Periwinkle is confused. What is Uzak talking about?
Uzak, like, he still has the captain by the collar. He's staring him dead in the face, but like you can see his mind is like racing. He realizes now that like they are kind of trapped in this situation, so he doesn't know exactly what to do or like how much to divulge because he doesn't know if it's going to make matters worse.
Uzak, you feel a hand on your chest.
Yeah.
And then you feel yourself begin to be slid across the floor, as you would see the woman's arm, just hand pressed up against your chest as she is pressing you backward, seemingly pushing you away from the captain slowly. Are you resisting it?
At this, no, he knows.
Okay.
He knows better at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. So as you release him, she slides you one full
he's letting
square
go of
back.
the captain. Yeah, he's releasing the captain by the collar, but he is still just dead ass staring at him.
Such insubordination allowed by your crew members, Captain. Would you like for me to take care of it? At her saying that, the captain, closes his eyes, takes a breath, and he goes, "No! That will be all, Odessa. I believe you should return to your post." Her eyes like linger on him a moment, hanging low. Anyone who wants to can roll a perception. Perception is insight in here, so sense motive, or something else. Yeah, so you can roll a perception.
I was looking for insight before. Perception. There it is.
Yeah, not hard to tell. She seems disappointed. And she goes, "Very well. Well, it was nice meeting you all. I look forward to us traveling together."
Nice to meet you.
She says
Pleasure.
that. She moves and walks back into the room. Why did it not do it properly?
Wall, maybe? Oh, no, you're the DM. Oh, no, you press control?
Yeah, oh, it's the space bar. That's why.
Oh, they did change it. It used to be control.
Well, it is
Control?
control, but the space bar allows it to then go in. As she looks to you
Oh,
all
right.
from inside the stone room, where you'll see her rub her hand against the side of the wall. As she does, the stone slab slowly begins to slide back into place as she waves to you all, and the door closes.
I just waves back.
Yeah, Periwinkle waves back as well.
She's
She
fun.
seemed nice.
I'll visit her another time.
No, you
Just it.
won't.
I would
Like, he
advise not going anywhere in the middle of the night like that and going back to bed.
Okay, Captain. Sorry again. And Bettis just turns to go back upstairs.
Boris does
Oh.
as well.
By the way, Captain, and comes back. He's, I'm so sorry about your relative. Who were they?
It's my father, if you must know.
Oh, so sorry to hear that. My condolences. Anyway, good night.
Yeah.
Uzak is standing in place, still looking at the captain. Again, fury in his eyes, and all like. Finally, he just says, he says to the captain, if it weren't for the mission I'm currently on, having such higher importance, you would be gone. I would have broken you like a twig, little man.
You're going to kill a god, yet you're so afraid of a woman who turns into a cat?
Say what you want, friend. Don't pull that shit again. If you do, I'm willing to throw it all away. I don't care. I've lost enough. What's my life?
Killia-
Uzak would walk past him and like shoulder check him as he went by.
He just goes, kill yourself attacking me or kill yourself trying to kill a god. I don't care. You're going to be dead either way. Just don't fuck with my ship again.
If you get in my way or you inconvenience me, I'll take you down with me, even if it means my own life.
Doesn't say anything.
At this point, where she is going upstairs while the threats are going on, and he's gonna step to the side of, once he gets to the top of the stairs, he's stepping to the side of those stairs, and he's pulling out his long hammer.
Mhm.
And just waiting until Uzak gets upstairs.
Wait, what?
Bonk.
Tom
Or
and
the
Jerry
concept of
ass.
kneecapping.
As you're waiting, like, right here.
I'm gonna, as soon as he gets to the top of the stairs, I'm going to try to trip him with the long hammer.
Is there a contest to that?
Does it allow a trip attack when the long hammer?
I'm
Good question.
fairly certain it does. Yes.
Let me take a look. Yep. So trip, you can use this weapon to make a trip skill. This uses
Using
the weapon's
athletics?
reach and adds the weapon's item bonus to the attack roll.
There's a trip action.
Okay, it is the trip action. Yes, the trip action is going to be. Let me take a look at this. You try to knock a creature to the ground. Attempt an athletics check against the target's reflex DC. Okay, so you can go ahead and roll an athletics check. Reflex DC is going to be, I believe, 10 plus their reflex modifier. So it's 10 plus 3, so 13.
So I have to beat a 13.
No, you don't roll. He has to beat a 13.
Oh well,
Oh,
there
wow.
you go.
So trip, critical success. You fall, land prone, and take a D6 of bludgeoning damage. You
Sweet.
can roll a D6, Rashid. You'll take 2 bludgeoning as you are walking up the stairs, you feel all of a sudden wrapping around your ankles the metal chains of a weapon as you plunge to the ground, falling onto your face. Technically, it would actually be over here.
The polearm.
Over here that it happens.
You motherfucker! What was that?
Just point while he's on the ground, just pointing the piercing point tip of the long hammer down at him over his face, and goes, "You want to punch me because you feel like being a brute that likes to have his way. That's one thing. You go threatening the captain in front of their guest that you and I, at the very least, were very aware was very dangerous, putting all of us at risk. That's now all of our problem. You need to set your pride and your fury aside and consider that your actions have consequences you don't have the money or abilities to pay."
Uzak would give like a humorless laugh. He's like, friend. He's like pride may be on the line here, sure, but if you don't recognize how much of a fucking threat that thing is,
I do. That's why I didn't say anything.
We're trapped on there now. We may as well have signed the captain had just signed signed our death warrant. If we know it's gonna come at, if we know that it's there, it's coming after us one way or another.
You don't know that, and you are inciting its anger. Again, your pride and no ability to back it up. You want to boast about hunting down a god to kill it. Fine. But when we're faced with a threat that opposes danger for everyone that was present, and you choose to put us all at risk, I then take issue. This isn't a hand smack situation, or me turning the other cheek for you punching me brutally. This is life or death. I've lived it enough, and I won't let another continually put me or those around me at risk. This was the first time, it will be the last.
I'm not going to pretend like I care about you or any of the others' lives. I'm out for myself. If we make it to the island alive, good. But don't think that I'm going to be your friend.
Do you have the symbol of our shared goddess hanging on your person?
Yeah.
Going to point the point of the long hair at that symbol, you know, you're not worthy of the symbol that you wear with the attitude you carry towards those around you.
I got news for you, friend. I've said it a couple times already tonight. The gods are dead. It don't matter no more. And he'd spit on your shoes, probably.
Then take the symbol off. You're not worthy of it.
At that, Uzak's kind of smugness would drop, and he's like, "You'll have to pry it from my fucking cold dead hands, friend."
One of us doesn't strike people for their own pathetic anger that they carry towards them, so I won't. It's gonna put the long hammer back on my back.
I hope you don't come to regret not taking action now. That's just what I did downstairs. I took action. I didn't prolong the inevitable.
Keep telling yourself that. Good night. So I'm gonna, as Rashid would start heading back to his room.
Sure. You can walk yourself there if you'd like. Were all of you just sitting on the couches as that was happening?
Eating popcorn?
Yeah, Metis was staring out of the window at the night sky, just kind of muttering to himself, like, oh, the stars sound so beautiful tonight.
Periwinkle is currently sitting on Boris's shoulder, unless Boris stopped it.
No, he would have let you, and more over after that all played out, he just kind of whispered to you, "That was scary."
Yes, Periwinkle is frightened to be roommates with angry people. Can Periwinkle stay in your room?
Yes,
Or
of
in
course. We
Boris's
have
room.
extra bed.
The friend room. The
Yeah.
happy room.
Party room.
Periwinkle has no clue that people switched rooms.
It's true.
Metis, we will take this one to our room too, yes?
Their sound is so beautiful. What? Oh yeah, of course. You're welcome.
The universe, it sings to me.
You are
What is that
staring at the
melody?
stars then.
Yes. You hear them? They sing so beautifully at night.
Yes, yes, they do. Come to bed now. Enough crazy talk for tonight.
Okay.
That one was too much for Boros.
he hit his cap, you know.
Oh my god.
Hit his limit for the day.
He doesn't know, they're blunt. They don't know how to, they're not exactly tact with them.
The
I
stars
presume
are singing.
his-
Isn't it beautiful?
Lays
Golly.
his slab down and sleeps on it.
Yeah. Uzak would, get up, like, dust himself off. Shit, I gotta do this. Go back to his room, and not that he thinks it would really help against a vampire, but he is going to move the vanity in front of the door.
Sure, you could definitely do that.
And
I'm gonna-
he's probably going
Sorry.
to like I guess let me see what my survival is. Hang on. Oh, I have pretty good survival. Is there a way that I could like fashion like some sort of like not trap, but what do you call like those like bells that you like put around camp? Not necessarily a bell, but like something to like alert me if
Trying to set
anything
up something
came in the room.
that could alert you.
A
Yes.
tripwire
Yeah, tripwire or something like that. Yeah.
that's just attached to a bell.
Well, you could try to make
Yeah,
a
something-
survival. You could try to make a survival check to do something like that. My only.
Yeah. I mean, again, just if I don't have the materials, that's fine. Like,
What
like,
do you have in your like pack?
Let's see, what do I have in my pack? Chalk, flint and steel, rope, torch, water skin, soap.
High DC, you could try a survival check with what's in your room and what you have in your pack to set up something with the rope.
Yeah, MacGyver.
But you don't
check.
necessarily have a
No.
huge like breadth of things to use here.
Yeah, and he realizes that too. Yeah, nah.
You set up as best you can. Whether it will be effective or not, you're unsure.
Yeah. Because of that, like, because I'm not super confident in it, I like probably like his adrenaline was like super spiked there, so he is probably like starting to come down and get tired or whatever. But he would try to like stay awake for like a little bit, not to the point where like he was going to be exhausted the next day. But he's just like, well, now like I guess anxiety is getting to him, but he also knows that he's trapped on this ship with a vampire, so he's probably fucked either way. So he'll probably just end up falling asleep.
Sure. And
I'm enhancing myself, by the way.
absolutely. Well, you'll be full HP tomorrow anyway, so.
He doesn't know that it's going to get to that point without a fight, whether it's Uzak or something else.
Fair enough.
Fair enough indeed. As each of you head to rest then, as all of you will sleep. Sleeping as you do, somehow through all the madness, each of you are able to reflect on the day, and remembering the names of the people you've met today, you're able to recall something about each of them. Well, not each of them. Some of you amongst you are able to recall things about certain individuals that you've spoken to. Particularly, Uzek. You, through your circles, feel as though you've heard of Rashid before.
Mm-hmm.
And you recall something that I'm going to send you in a message.
Cool.
Give me one moment. For some reason, it closed my document.
I'm excited to know which one he's getting. I'm excited to potentially find out which one Uzak's getting to hear.
Mm. I'm sure he will confront you about it because we are not friends right now.
That's true.
As that is something you recall hearing. And then,
Oh shit.
Rashid, you feel like you recall something about Uzak now that you think back on things you've heard about from your religion and such, as you have this. As a rumor that you seemingly recall. Did you get the message?
Uh-huh.
Perfect. And then Periwinkle, you seem to recall something about Metis. Just give me one moment. As you feel
If
as
it's
though
that he's insane,
you've
that's already
heard
obvious.
something regarding this guy. Where the hell is... Just give me one moment. I have to go through a lot of messages. Sorry, I saw the GIF that I sent you before again, Jay, and it made me laugh.
Ben, remind me what Rashid said was his goal for the island.
To find out the truth of what happened and why it happened.
Yeah, thank you.
You know what's funny about this one, Jacob, is that yeah, this is what you've heard about Metis.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. Metis, you then feel as though you have heard something about Boros, as you recall.
Little old me.
Yes.
What did I hear about Boros beforehand? Uh-oh.
As you've heard a rumor, as you recall hearing the name before, and you recall someone saying this.
Holy shit. I mean, Menace probably was thinking that the whole time, but just never brought it up.
And then Boros, you have heard something about Periwinkle as you begin to recall some rumors that you seemingly have heard before. As this is what you recall.
Okay.
As each of you reflecting for the night, recalling things about the companions you have met today that you seemingly have heard. And as each of you sleep, the morning would come, and all of you would awake. Rashid and Uzak would awake with something strange in the room, actually. As next to each of your heads, there is a piece of paper. Do both of you look at the piece of paper?
Do we get the benefits of a long rest first?
Yeah, no, all of you get the benefits of long rest.
Yeah, look.
Is there a long rest button? Oh yeah, it's is it the bed button?
Yeah, it's
Hey,
the...
yeah, it's the bed button.
Beware
Underneath
that for future reference, it's going to do this for you now, because you guys have low HP, but in the future, we'll just be restoring HP to full at long rests. Resting in Pathfinder does not restore full HP, usually.
Mhm.
Okay. Anyway, sorry, go ahead. Yes, I look at the paper.
Yeah, as both of you look at the paper, you would see drawn in blood with a smiley face at the end of it what says, "Silence is golden."
Surprised she didn't say silence is crimson, but hey, whatever.
And as each of you get that, and get those in the morning, seeing the time, I understand we didn't get to play as long today, but I do want to respect the fact that people have to, wake up and do things. What?
I mean, I'm willing to go longer, but I would like a break to get drank. But
Would
that's
other
up to
people be
everyone
willing
else.
to do that?
Yeah, I'm down.
I could go
I
about
can.
half an hour.
Jay, can you? Are you good?
Yeah, I won the later shift.
Okay, so why don't we take a 15, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Almost a 15-minute break, that'd be wild. Why don't we take a 5, and we'll come back, and do another half hour.
Ben, are you good to go a half hour?
Yeah.
Sorry, I should have asked Ben.
Okay.
I just assume you're usually good to do things. That's on me.
Yeah.
My bad. If you're not,
I'm good.
okay.
Yeah, no worries. If
So just to
Up in the morning. Go ahead. Sorry.
clarify, the only people who found notes were the two people in their rooms by themselves.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay.
Let me test something actually.
None in the party room.
Sleepover.
Hello fight.
But all right, as you all awake, stepping out into the commons area, you'll find other members of the crew going about their day happily, and breakfast laid out in a sort of buffet style. The room is a mess. Plates are thrown everywhere. Scrambled eggs have been moved to different places. I don't know if you can eat scrambled eggs on a boat, but there's scrambled eggs here.
You're not allowed. It's legal.
I don't know if it's a
The
balanced
waves
meal.
unscramble them.
The waves unscrambled.
But nevertheless, as each of you head out in the morning, crew members who sleep in, like you, they're eating, and you all awake. As some of the crew members would be talking to themselves, making funny comments about how it sounded like you guys had a bit of a scuffle last night, chuckling about it in a jovial manner.
This is just politely nodding to the other crew members, but just more focused on eating his breakfast right now.
No, sure, definitely, I get it.
Rashid is
What is
eating
for
his
breakfast?
Got some scrambled eggs, some, cured meats, some fruits, the head of a minotaur.
Okay.
No, that's not true. No.
Rashid is eating his breakfast, not paying attention to the gossip going on, but he is like every so often going from looking at his food and his drink to just gives a glance over at Uzak with clearly gears turning in his head momentarily, and then he goes back to his food, and it kind of repeats off and on every few minutes.
See, the hilarious thing about this is that every time that Rashid looks away back down to his food, Uzak glances back at Rashid, but there is hatred in his eyes. It's not just gears turning. It is like malice, but he wants to contain it. So every time he sees Rashid, his gaze start to like flicker towards him, he looks back down, and from the outside eye, you may think that they were like in love or something.
Edis kind of slows down eating, and he looks over at Boros to see if he's not in the middle of eating anything.
He's peckish. He doesn't seem to be particularly fond of what he's eating, but he's eating.
Hey, Boros.
Yes, what is it, friend?
I was just I heard some weird things, and didn't realize they were about you. Where did you pick up that accent? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, that funny you mentioned that. My home, like the place I'm from, they all talk like this.
Oh, where are you from?
Like a place with a bunch of minotaurs.
Oh, okay. Like a village or something.
Yeah.
Okay. The Minotaur village, and they all talk. Okay, that makes sense. See, people were.
Well, they don't all
hear
talk like
rumors.
this. Just me.
So then. But then, how did you?
Well, I left the village and I went somewhere else for a while, and that's where I got the accent.
Oh, okay. Where was that?
That was in a dungeon.
Oh, okay. So like a bunch of. Okay, it's a dungeon accent. I see.
Yeah, it's like a 7th floor thing.
Oh, interesting. I'm so intrigued by your culture. People were spreading
it's
nasty
pretty-
rumors, saying things like you fake accent or something like that. I
No,
couldn't believe it, of course.
no, that would be silly.
It would be really silly.
Why would I even? Why would I even do that?
I can't think of any reason, but obviously, I mean, who would do that?
That would
Anyway.
be silly.
Yeah, thanks for clearing that up for me. And then
No,
Metis-
of course, yes. You're
Now
not
more
the first
comfort.
person to tell me that.
Oh, now more comfortable. Metis continues eating breakfast.
I have to say, as an aside, Jay, the minute we started talking about where he was from, I did the Garros fucking under the mountain immediately, because it's sort of uncanny in some ways. It's frightening.
The parallels are
The
scary.
parallels are scary. Unrelated. It's in our other D&D game. He's not quite a minotaur, but he is a big man. And anyway. As you guys continue on, continue with your breakfast. Apologies for that interruption. As you guys are probably, depending on how subtle, which it sounds like not subtle at all, Uzak and Rashid are being, you guys probably noticed them doing that.
Oh yeah, not trying to hide it at all. It's just every time the thought gets to the front of his head, which is every 2 or 3 minutes while he's eating, he just looks for a few seconds over at Uzak.
Boros would lean towards Metis again after that and just say, "It is funny, no, how they look at each other at the opposite times."
I'm sorry, we're doing what?
When you look back to the food, the other one that you are staring at, he looks to you. And the same for you, scary one. When you look to your food, Rashid looks in your direction. It is uncanny.
Ah, I see what's going on here.
Is
See,
there
both of them. Let's go ahead.
Is there something you need to get off your chest?
See,
Tell me.
Metis leans over to Boros and he's like, "See, they both want to apologize to each other, but they're too embarrassed about it."
They should say sorry. That is how apology works. This is confusing. Song and dance. Blech.
Some people just aren't honest with their feelings.
No, I don't think I'd apologize to an Ascari following scumsucker.
Okay, hold on a second.
What?
And he'd stare right at you, Rashid.
Harry
Yeah,
would
yeah,
just
no.
slip into his chair and just move so he's not between.
As
At that being
Rashid
said, by the way, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Ben. There would be whispers by the other crew members and looks heading toward Rashid. At that being said, all of you would be aware that the followers of Ascari the Godkiller are particularly looked down upon and hunted and killed in the current times, as they are considered the proprietors of the calamity.
of everything bad.
Rashid actually stops eating at that and stands up, scooting his chair back with his tail. You make accusations without knowing me. Bold ones at that. Especially coming from one as yourself.
Oh, yeah?
Wait,
Tell me, friend, what did I do that's worse than following the god who set the world on fire?
You assume much about people who followed Iskari. Not all of them were in favor of what happened, nor understood why it did. Passing judgment without knowing someone is what scum does, since you like that word.
Oh, so you're saying there must be a just reason for why the man killed, or for why he killed all those gods?
There may be, but there may not be. Just like there may be a reason for someone to have killed their family and ran away.
Uzak is chewing with his mouth open because he's kind of a orcish slob, and some food falls out of his mouth, and he looks you. He kind of is motionless for a sec, and he's gripping his fork and knife, and he says, You want to make clear what you're implying there?
I'm implying that there are just reasons for doing things that are not. I understood why they were done. And
I'm
I
sorry.
made an example that seems to have hit home with you.
The only reason it hits home is because if my hearing's right, and I'll admit I'm not the smartest guy, and sometimes I hear things that may or may not be my own brain misinterpreting things. But now, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying that I killed my family and then ran away? Is that what you're saying?
I said there might be a just reason for someone to have done it. If you feel guilt on the matter, that is your issue, not mine.
Oh, I certainly don't feel guilt on the matter because I didn't do that. And also, the fact that you're even saying that there's a just reason for somebody to kill their own family and then run away, that's pretty fucked up, I'm not gonna lie. But again, I want to clarify. Are you using that example because you think, maybe heard, or believe, or are somehow insinuating that that is the case with me? I just want to make that clear. I mean, we're just,
Instead
we're
of
being
beating
we're being
around the
honest.
bush,
Yeah, don't beat around the bush, friend. I called you an Iskari worshipping scumsucker. I was pretty straightforward with you. So,
but see, the difference here is you leapt to assuming what you heard was fact and proceeded to name calling on the matter and putting me in a position to potentially be in danger from every person here, not caring about it in the slightest. Meanwhile, I stated a scenario and said that there might be a just reason for it, despite the fact that I heard you did it. I didn't assume it was true because I don't take things and assume truth without finding the truth for myself. The difference between justice and pride.
interesting. I still think you're kind of sitting on the fence here. I see your argument, and until you're man enough to actually, take a position either way, or I'm not going to stab you with this fork. But the minute that you do, or even the second that you do, say that, yes, you believe that I killed my family and ran away, well, you're going to get a fork in the face. And you know what? I don't know if that hurts more than a fist in the face, but, if you're willing to find out, we can find out.
Does that mean I should kill you, since the difference between your accusation of me and my telling of what I had heard are monumentally different in measure? Would
Friend,
that be an equal response in your mind?
Friend, if you attempted to kill me right now, I think it would just back up my position that you are an Iskari worshipping scumsucker. And I think everybody here, sailors and, other hired help, would probably kill you in change, maybe throw you overboard.
Slams hand on table, like the fish, right into the table to make a loud thud. Probably enough to, like, shake some stitches, but nothing more than that. Call me that without knowing anything one more time, and you will put into question my own ability to restrain my anger that I have spent years learning how to do.
Now.
Uzak would give a big old smile and be like,
Oh boy.
It seems to me like you're asking me to challenge it. That this indeed is.
No, I'm asking you to shut up and learn how to have some humility and manners, you brute. He cares nothing beyond himself.
You guys know I have to steer the ship eventually, right? And I can't keep coming down after hearing the noise you all make to see what the fuck you're doing. As the captain enters into the room. Bags
That is
under
like
his eyes.
fumbles Menace like fumbles with his plate and he jumps up and he's like, "I'm sorry, Captain."
They are working through it. Let them
Yeah.
talk. This seems like it could end positively.
Now who's the eternal optimist?
Yeah. Yeah, Captain. You do your captainy duties. I'm sure that everything will be just fine down here.
I need the both of you to stop fucking shouting in the morning.
It's
So
like-
what's? Go ahead.
In fact, I've been pretty even-tempered at the moment.
So what's on the docket for today, Captain?
We're setting off. We've set off. So, we need to do work as normal, keep things paced and steady. Luckily, we have a easy road ahead of us for the time being. After about a week's journey out from where we're going to be in very deadly waters. Deadly as in horrible alien monsters coming up from the waters to try and kill us all. Types of deadly. I'd like it if the hired help that are here for me to take them to the island. By that point, are not killing each other.
Finally breaks glare from Uzak to look to the captain with a somewhat embarrassed look as he will close his eyes and like lower his head to the captain. My apologies. I shall avoid interaction if need be to prevent conflict, Captain.
Great. It goes to walk off.
All right, gang. Let's get to work.
Uzak's still smiling at Rashid, and he just says, "Yeah, can't win them all, I guess."
And as you
The dead.
guys got
The dead of the arenas could tell you that. He's gonna just go to walk upstairs and go do manual labor.
I gotta work through this with manual labor.
Boros,
He tries his best.
Periwinkle,
work this out.
Metis, are there anything from you three as they begin to walk off? Sorry, I believe I interrupted Boros.
If Periwinkle is still on Boros' shoulder, like before while he's eating that grape, Boros would just kind of be like, yes, good manual labor that the common folk like us enjoy indulging in. Yes.
My favorite hobby.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
Periwinkle loves carrying heavy things.
Yes. It is very fun and fitting for people of our social status, no?
Yeah, someone's got to do it, right?
Periwinkle
Yes.
blinks.
But anyway, about those two. So they both follow Ascari? I wasn't really following.
I am confused as well. There was shouting, and it was a bit exciting for me.
Yeah, but I'm sure it'll work out. I just need to let these things out. Let it all out on the table before you can sort through it.
Periwinkle thinks they're going to be fucking by the end of the ship. Now,
This is how the fucking happens on the boats?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with this form of flirting, but I guess that's how it works. Some people.
Periwinkle
wait,
believes it's
does-
called
does-
hate sex.
does Uzak overhear this, or are they like away?
I mean,
at this
they're
point?
downstairs still.
Oh, they're downstairs. Well, okay. Well,
Yeah, wait until you guys all went. It's just the three of us down here, if I remember right.
okay.
We're talking behind your back right now.
Oh, okay.
No
We're
pixies.
spreading more rumors, please.
We're creating rumors.
And
All right.
Periwinkle's gonna pat Boros on a soldier. And Periwinkle thinks your speech impediment is just fine.
Thank you. Yes, it is impediment. I am impeded.
So close.
I'm embedded.
But that's okay. You can pronounce a bunch of words in different ways.
Whatever makes you happy, guy.
Everything's a matter of opinion.
Yes, we will go see now these fellow common folk flirt, yes?
Well, let's work first. Work before flirt, they say.
Yes, Periwinkle will.
Classic
work, I
proverb.
suppose.
Yeah, classic.
Alrighty. As you guys go to begin your manual labor. Going forward, we will have some time pass. As we're going to skip ahead sometime a week. During that week's time, is there anything that any of you in character, roleplay-wise, would have wanted to say to each other, or anything else of the sort? I give lots of chances to roleplay, even though a lot's happened so far. Yeah, go ahead.
Ooh, I've got something dumb. I would like
we
to
love
do.
them.
Absolutely. All right. During maybe like a few nights after the whole the bottom deck escapade, Menace is gonna go down and he's gonna knock on the stone door and he's gonna say,
As you go
Odessa?
down, you would see the cat is sat near the dresses atop one of the crates and is grooming itself.
Yeah. Menace is gonna walk over and says, "Hello, Odessa. Would you like some company?"
The cat's eyes look out toward you as it does a stretch, but it does not move aside from that.
Okay. I can respect your need for privacy. And Menace is gonna just go back up deck.
You feel the cat's eyes on you the entire time you head back up.
Druids are weird.
Rashid would have tried to, probably a night or two after, would have tried to go to the party room to,
Hey.
at,
Okay, good
and then
question.
he'd open the door. He'd just or open the door. He would go to the door. When they open it, he would ask to be let in so that the door could be shut.
Oh yeah, that's actually a good question. Is this bunking situation what we're gonna stick with?
I mean,
Is Boros just
Periwinkle has
wanted?
not left.
Yeah, Boros.
He
just
sees
wanted
no
to stay
reason
in
to
the-
change.
Yeah, I mean, neither does Menace, so I guess we stick with the triple whammy here. All right, so yeah, we got. I mean,
Look,
you
if
guys want to
balance
answer
out
the
this-
door, or should I?
I mean, Periwinkle doesn't move.
Eh.
It's very
Yeah,
hard for
Boris
him
is
to
just
open up the
looking
door.
like expectantly at the door, but not.
Yeah,
not
maybe
moving.
the size difference is a little tough on you guys. I'll handle the door. I open the door and say, Rashid, hello.
Lowers his hand in like a quiet down motion.
Hello.
It is nighttime. We need to speak
Oh.
quiet.
My apologies. We were just up playing cards.
Right. May I step in so that the door may be shut when we speak?
Sure. Come in.
It steps in and shuts the door behind him. Did you all, after our first night on the ship, wake up with a note of any kind?
No note.
Looks to Boros and Periwinkle.
Periwinkle shakes their head no.
No note.
I see. You all have a good night.
Hear a low, chirp sort of sound, and any who look that way would see somehow in the room, on the floor doing a stretch, the cat.
Oh, kitty.
Oh, Dessa! You did want to hang out.
You're welcome to the party room.
Welcome to our room.
Jumps
Feel
up
free to stay.
Jumps up adeptly on top of the wardrobe.
Make
side is
yourself
the
at
wardrobe?
home.
Like backs up into the corner, just
Yeah,
keeping eyes
noticing
on the
that
cat.
Boros would stand between the cat and Periwinkle. Careful,
Which room
small
is it
friend.
in?
I wish you all good nights.
Yes, good night to you as well. I mean, good night to you as well.
Yes, quiet voice. Night.
Sorry. I'm just so jovial.
Always. It's actually refreshing most of the time.
Yes, well, when you're blessed with divine purpose, what's not to love about life?
He he clearly forces a smile on his face, nods his head, and then goes to leave the room.
Goodbye.
He's just gonna go back to his room.
Absolutely.
All right.
Well, as the week passes, each night, the cat would show up in the main party room, briefly for a time. By the time morning comes, it is gone with no trace of it ever being there. Throughout the day, as night goes as well, Uzak and Rashid, what the fuck am I talking about? Rashid would see the cat exit their room occasionally every night, walking past with this, as threatening of an aura as a cat could be, but realistically knowing what it is, walking...
Wait. I mean, Uzak has been putting the dresser in front of the door
Yup.
every night.
Correct.
Wait, does it just go through the dresser, or is the
You
dresser
don't know.
back in place? I don't know. I see it.
Well,
like,
it's
leave
so
the
it's
room,
after
or-
you leave the room. It's not during the nighttime. So you like in the morning when you open the door. I assume you move the dresser out of the way.
Yes, it's like it like runs through my legs, kind of deal, sort of.
Yeah, no. As you open the door after you've done for the day, the cat is
Mhm.
exiting out.
Yeah, fair enough.
So it's not during the night actually,
Okay.
but you guys would see that through the night. The cat shows up very frequently, in fact. Otherwise, oh, sorry, what was that? Oh, maybe I'm crazy and heard something. Otherwise, as you all continue your venture, the week, uneventful. If anyone has any sort of way they want to describe the way that they act during the week, it doesn't have to be roleplay necessarily, just a sort of recounting of anything, they can feel free to do so. If not, I'll just describe how things are going to move forward.
As usual, Periwinkle tries to avoid doing work as much as possible.
And
Half-asses it
Boros
and
would do
avoids
any
it
like
whenever
work
possible.
that Boros would try and make up for any of that work, taking it on himself to avoid Periwinkle having to do any kind of extra work.
Rashid would keep to his word to the captain and would actively try to avoid being in close proximity with Uzak as much as possible, and just try to do his work. He'd be friendly with anyone that interacts with him, but
Uzak would not like go out of his way to avoid Rashid, but he wouldn't like intentionally try to instigate things. But anytime they did like have to cross paths, he'd give him a real big smile.
I'd say probably Metis would just get into a habit of, in the morning during breakfast, talk to his teammates, work all day, and then sort of as night rolls around, just kind of stares out the window up at the stars until he goes to bed, and just repeat that schedule.
Absolutely. Anything? So yeah, as that seems getting a good idea of how everyone is going. The week passes and the day begins normally for you all. You're out on the ship, the waves crashing against the hull of the boat. It is daytime. It is cloudy as well, though. And as you go, you all but hear it sounds like a coughing sound and a weak voice calling out, like over and over, "Help! Help!" from the side over the boat. And with that, I believe that is where we will end session.
Nope.
Oh, don't stop on my account. I'm willing to keep going.
Well, I think other people, that was 30 minutes, I think.
It was.
And I think other people
Me.
can only
And
do so
flies.
much. I mean, it's up to them. I'm good to do whatever.
Yeah, I'm fine. If anyone.
I have tomorrow off, so I can stay.
It's up to
Yeah,
you
I can
guys.
keep playing, but I don't want to pressure anybody to
No,
feel like
no,
they have to.
no. I mean,
Yeah,
this is like,
no pressure.
this is like totally like, Hamby must be really feeling it. So.
Dude, you know I've been staying up till like fucking.
No, I
pretty
do.
late
I do
these
know that
days.
actually. You actually have been staying up pretty late recently.
Like
that's true.
I did have a really shitty day, but I'm having too much fun right now. and
No,
I'm not,
I
like-
get it. I
like,
get it.
I'm not.
I mean, look.
No, I'm not.
everyone's
If
good
I
to
was
go.
if I was dead tired where I felt like I couldn't even interact, like I'd be
No,
like,
I
yeah,
get
no,
it.
I have to
No,
go. But no, I'm not at that point yet.
Hey,
I
if
would
everyone,
tell you if I was.
Jacob,
Is
how about
anyone
you?
wanting to stop, I suppose, is a question.
Okay, I'm good. I could have sworn someone only wanted a half hour. I just didn't know.
Yeah, that was me, but
That-
I'm
that
having
was-
fun.
That was Jacob who then said we can keep going.
he's having
Okay,
fun.
okay.
So.
I'm still working on the voices. All right.
Oh no, it's all good. You got a lot of new
You're all
voices.
complete strangers to me.
Even me.
We're working on changing that.
Yeah, especially you. I don't even know you anymore,
Bro,
man.
you don't know me anymore. Ever since that
Oh, man.
replay.
Ever
where-
since the bite of session 1.
So
Bye.
Yeah. No. As thank you, Ben. That would have gotten bad if you didn't intervene.
I know.
Yeah, you've been there
Voice
before.
up to the side.
Yeah, as you guys are atop the deck and you hear call out at the side of the boat, a low voice crying out, "Help! Help!"
Feminine, masculine.
It sounds feminine, but it also sounds young, so you're not fully sure.
Which side?
Ugh.
Which side of the boat?
Larboard or starboard?
I just need to know which side I'm
I
moving.
think it's
running my
larboard,
turkey to.
actually.
Is that the
Larboard.
left side?
Larboard is the left side, yes.
All right. And then Rashid is running over to that side and looking over.
I can get perception checks from anyone who is going to look over.
You
Or
can
might as well
notice
look
you
over.
run and head over.
Curiosity.
Jake, correct me
He's
wrong, you-
gonna see what happens first.
You-
He's
you
like,
said- You said the hero
Water.
point, you said the hero points go away after session,
That is
right?
true, yes.
Okay.
So if you
Then I'm definitely using
Oh,
one.
yeah.
well,
use
you
them
can
those.
roll and then see if you need to re-roll.
Oh, no, I just did. I got a 10, so I'm re-rolling.
Okay, fair enough. And you can go
I
ahead
assume
and
you have to be at the side to see.
yeah. Well, you can move over to the side, but
Yeah, no.
yeah, no. You can also when you go to do the hero point re-roll, just right-click the roll itself, and you'll see the re-roll using hero point option.
Oh, okay. Did it already do that, or no?
No, it
No,
doesn't.
I did it for mine.
Okay.
You can see there's a little H to the right of my box there.
Shows
Mouse
the
over
hero.
says rerolled using
Be
hero
aware,
point.
every hero point you use, I get a villain point.
villain point.
I see into the abyss.
Oh my god. Water.
Cheers
Look.
back into you.
Yeah, no. So Boros and Rashid, as you rush over and look over at the side, you would see floating aloft amidst the blue waves atop what looks to be a piece of driftwood. There is a person, small looking, as if they were young, in tattered clothing with what looks to be blonde hair. They are floating in the water, crying out softly, help, as if their voice is hoarse from doing it over and over again.
So, without making a second thought, seeing Boros would be over at the edge too. Then, right when this happens,
Yeah.
just reach into my bag, pulling out my rope, tossing one end to you, grabbing the other, the bulk of it, and just jumping over to the ship towards that person.
Yeah, he'd grab on and hold on pretty quickly, understanding.
Do you have a swim speed?
I do not.
All right. Well, let's take a look at the swimming rules. Okay. You
Should have bought those flippers.
swim. You attempt an athletics check to move a maximum distance of 10 feet through the water. The GM determines the DC based on the turbulence and danger of the water. In most instances, calm water, you get an automatic critical success if your land speed is 40 feet or higher. Increase the
There
maximum
is a
possible.
swim button.
There is a swim button, yes.
Where's the swim button?
On the main hero
Next to
thing
your
above
speeds.
speed modifiers.
Yes, so you can go ahead and make a swim check. I have the DC in my head.
Oh.
The water is not calm, but it is not it's not like a mess right now. Somewhat
I'm going
tumultuous.
to hero point that.
If you'd like to, go right ahead.
Having
Well,
seen Rashid jump
worse.
in the water, Uzak would like just casually come to the side just to like be a voyeur in this situation. He's like, okay, this might be interesting.
Nevertheless, an 11 will be enough, as you are going to be good enough to move the 10 feet at least, growing closer. I will need another one to get further, as they are about 30 feet away. So you can, in one round, get the full distance, theoretically. We just need the check still.
Could I have long jumped into the water, since I have the feat that allows me to long jump without needing to run?
Sure. Let's see how far a long jump will get you. Horizontal leap. DC 15 athletics check to make a long jump as if you were striding. You leap a distance equal to the check result rounded down to the nearest 5 feet. Okay. So when you do a long jump, you go the distance equal to the check. So, yes, you can, but it is 2 actions to long jump. So this technically could mean that you don't get as far, depending on the, it depends, you know?
Yeah, no, I understand. He would have trusted more his jumping skill than his swimming
Yeah,
skill.
go ahead and make an athletics check.
I've got to use my last hero point.
How far is Rashid from the side of the boat?
When he gets into the water, it'll depend on this. Okay, so he
There we go.
is 26 feet away. He then swims and gets right up to the girl. That is 3 of his actions. Anyone else can do anything if they'd like, as Rashid does expend all of his actions to get to her, though.
Does it look like he's like got her? Like,
He's not
to a level where I
grabbed her
could
yet,
start
no.
pulling? Oh,
I
okay.
can't grab her yet.
Yeah, unfortunately. he
Gotcha.
cannot.
Oh, man overboard.
I have the rope. We will pull when he has the straggler.
And I'm just gonna
Okay,
roll
I
one
didn't
thing.
see a straggler.
There, the blonde one.
Why the hell is he jumping off the ship? Oh, that's a person. Oh, fuck, we don't have the space to feed another mouth. The captain says to himself at the head of the ship. But all right, though. Rashid, you are able to grab her, and then you're going to try to pull them back, Boros.
Yes.
Give me an athletics check.
If they got a hold of him, yeah. Ooh, athletics. Whoa.
That sounded scary.
It was scary.
Is that what the roll's going to be?
Yeah, I got no hero points or anything.
Wait,
Left.
I'm aiding. I want to help with the rope.
You want to help with the rope?
Yeah. Let me get aid. Hold on.
What is the help action? What does aid do?
Let me post it in a second. Just gonna add it to my actions list.
Give it +2 if you critically succeed. Use your aid
I
action.
roll my
attempt-
own check, I think.
Yeah, you roll your own check. Typical DC is 15. Yeah, probably correct.
And it's athletics, right? 'Cause we're pulling the rope.
Yeah, athletics because you're pulling the rope.
Oh yeah, here we go.
There you go. Hey. All right, so that's a
Simple
+2
as.
circumstance bonus. Okay. So that will mean that
We
your
just
check
added his rolls.
is a 14. And I'll say a 14 is enough to start pulling them toward the boat, and assisting in pulling them atop the boat and getting them in. I will need an athletics from both Boros and Rashid then for that, for, clinging onto the rope and pulling them up. So just 2 more athletics from both of them. So 1 more athletics from
I
both.
aid again, or
Yeah, you can aid again.
okay. All right, now let's pull him up.
Again, we pull.
Will be good enough to pull everyone up.
critically
He did
failed.
critically fail. So Boros is a 13 as Menace is actually
I critically failed. Oh shit!
Menace is actually doing worse
Oh,
than
no.
not helping. He's making it worse. But
Yes.
somehow you are able to be pulled back
Oh, we're supposed to be pulling, not pushing.
back onto the boat. As being pulled up onto the boat, you make it atop, as you do with this girl with you, as she is pulled up beside you. She is
Good art.
coughing and sputtering all over the ground as she gets up, and as she coughs, you can see specks of crimson inside of the water that's being spewed out of her throat.
I'm instantly checking her vitals.
Give me a medicine
To
check.
see if she is. Dang.
You can tell she's shaken and really doesn't look mentally sound. And because of her shaking and distress, it's hard to get a good read on her medically. And at that
We
happening,
need
the
to
door
get
to
to
the
the
doctor's
doctor.
swings open. It's like, what the hell's going on? Bring her in now.
Rashid just scoops her up in like a Princess Carrie kind of way, and then rushes to the doctor.
And she's standing next to a bed. Assumedly, you'll rush over and put her on the bed.
Yeah.
Are the rest of you following them inside of the doctor's room, or what are you doing?
Yeah, this
Metis
is
will.
exciting.
Yeah, Metis will. Okay, we'll move Metis. And you, Rashid and Periwinkle?
She's in there.
No, sorry. Sorry, Uzak and Periwinkle.
Uzak is he's looking in from the door frame. I would not say he's going in, so I'd say he's like right here.
I'm gonna put you right here then, so that you can at
Cool.
least be like seeing it. I suppose.
He's curious because he doesn't think this is gonna. He's suspicious of fucking everything. He's a fucking paranoid motherfucker.
And Periwinkle.
Right there with Uzak, just on the other side of the doorway.
So I'll just pull you right there. As she goes to set it down, the captain is going to follow in after. Goes, oh, what the hell is happening here? As the doctor at the side begins to do what he does.
Like we had someone overboard, Captain.
Yeah,
Survivor of something.
someone who's not us. And
Yeah, she
survivor
doesn't
of
look
what?
familiar.
Someone that needs help.
Leans over to Boros, Uzak, and Periwinkle, and just goes, "We don't have enough food for another mouth that needs help."
Was that said quiet enough that I couldn't have heard it?
No, he probably heard it.
Rashid is just going to, he's actually going to, for the first time, going to give the captain a look with like, kind of like disappointment. She
Uzak will
can
try-
have half of mine.
That's exactly what Uzak was gonna suggest.
And half of mine.
There
like-
we have it.
He's like, we're actually of the same mind, Rashid. Half of yours.
Give me one moment. I'm gonna go grab my food at the door real quick. Be right back. Sorry.
Okay.
That's what he was rolling for. See if his food was at the door or not.
Mm-hmm.
Guaranteed.
See, I really like that it says when the GM rolls something privately, it allows you to do the roll behind the curtain just to add.
Just to fuck with people.
Yeah.
Like it might be a real roll, it might be just to fuck with you to add tension. You don't know. You
don't.
can't have that effect in roll 20.
Because there is a setting he can do where you don't see it at all. So he's
Right.
purposefully making it private.
Yeah.
My God, that makes me anxious.
My God.
My God. Oh my God, here comes Menace with the steel chair.
from the top rope.
Right for the fucking Lost at Sea girl.
I like how you chose Medicine, not Boros, because Boros
Yeah,
would be the
just-
obvious choice.
Yeah, well,
Just
Boros is the obvious, right?
Yeah, Medicine the steel chair is funnier.
Menace rounds the corner with a Rey Mysterio mask.
Get the captain in there.
The mask of it.
I'm
His
back.
beak
Sorry.
coming out of the fucking
His
mask.
beak was poking through it. It's like, who is that guy?
As
Who is he? Who knows?
the doctor begins to look her over. And yeah, well, there you go. Good roll from him.
Wow. Educated for sure.
As he looks her over. The girl by this point has fainted, actually. As she is laid quiet on the bed, unmoving. She's alive, barely.
Is that what your education bought you? That diagnosis?
My education bought me that someone has been tearing through her vocal cords with some sort of sharp object and then also poured some sort of embalming fluid down her throat as well.
Well,
At hearing that, Rashid is going to hold out his hand near her throat.
It won't help.
Healing magics won't help her injury.
The damage is not like a wound. It's like a burn that is inflicted upon her throat. The healing's not going to do anything for her. She needs medical treatment. You see him grab some what looks to be he grabs what looks to be a vial outside of his cabinet and then gets a syringe as well. As he walks over and moves to put the vial inside of this, put the syringe inside this vial of clear liquid as he pulls the plunger back and fills with it as he is going to inject her with the liquid and go.
Can I tell what the liquid is?
You can make a medicine check.
liquid cocaine. This will help.
Whoa. Placebo.
Another 5. Jesus Christ.
Unlabeled and, as it is, no, you're not able to tell.
Yeah, that's fair.
That will at least keep her alive. As far as her voice
She gonna make it,
goes,
Doc?
I don't know what we can do about that.
Hmm.
Where the hells was this girl?
Off the side of the ship, trying her best to cry for help.
The captain goes, we're in dangerous waters. So, it doesn't strike me as odd that there would be someone stranded.
It doesn't strike you as odd that we don't see another ship around here, and this girl has seemingly lasted in the ocean for who knows how long?
Well, if you didn't like the sound of your own voice and let me continue, I would have said exactly that. I don't trust this. Throw it back over.
Oh,
The captain said that?
Yes.
Rashid glares over at him. Goes, no.
it's all right, Captain. She looks harmless.
So does the cat.
Yeah. The cat has not harmed me. It has not harmed you.
Oh my God.
What's the problem?
The cat is harmless. Or harmful? Do we throw the cat over?
Oh.
I take full responsibility for the girl.
And what
Me
good
too.
will that do me?
I
You
will
can throw us
keep-
all overboard.
No. I will keep tabs on her myself. I will be the first line of anything if there was an issue.
Oh my, like, my dear Rashid, weren't you the one who was lecturing me about being irresponsible and putting other people?
Not
in
right
danger?
now, Uzak. Keep your oafish mouth shut.
Oh, what's the matter? Does it sting when your own words are thrown back at you?
We don't know that she's a threat. We knew that woman was a threat.
Excuse
Let's
me,
not play games.
The doctor says, "This is my office. I do not need the shouting. Captain, this is my patient now. If you throw her overboard, you'll be throwing me overboard as well. I take it you won't do well without your usual supplies. So, I'd recommend you not push the topic. So the captain goes, well, fuck. Okay. Fuck. And he walks out. He seems calm for a minute, and then he realizes something and quickly moves out.
The doctor's right, group. Let's take our playful banter outside. We don't want to disturb the doctor.
Periwinkle's going to stealthily follow the captain.
Sure. Roll me a stealth check.
Gotta remember. There we go.
And I'll see what is...
I'm gonna use my hero point.
Yeah, sure. Okay. As you follow the captain. Seemingly does not notice you. If he does, he is seemingly distracted. As he rushes down the stairs, heading to the hold, you can tell.
Yeah,
Following him,
Periwinkle's-
you see him head down to the hold. There are some people in the middle of work down there, some people slacking off, and he's like, oh, Captain, how's it? Like, shuts them up for a moment, rushes over to the barrel where the alcohol that was possibly mixed with blood was, as he is going to take a crowbar and sort of yank the top part of it open. As he looks in, you'd be able to, following him, as small as you are, as stealthy as you are, see inside of it as well. It is completely empty. As he stares into the barrel a minute, he nods, and he looks to the crewmates. He goes, you two make sure that gets thrown overboard. It's empty, and we don't need the excess weight. They go like, aye, aye. And he starts to walk back up the stairs. In the meantime, you all, in the doctor's room, what would you be doing?
I wonder what the captain's up to right now.
Leaving.
Oh, so you guys go back out?
I mean, Menace would be leaving, but he'd kind of be trying to encourage everyone else to.
Sure.
Is there anything that I can do to aid with the girl?
Yeah.
Not at this time. I'll be observing her closely, though.
If there's any problems and you need anything, assistance or magical, please do not hesitate.
I'll let you know.
Nods his head, and he's gonna, like, just gently, like, not gently anything. He's just going to kind of look at her with concern on his face, and then he will leave the room.
Grabbing everyone, just assuming everyone's leaving.
Yeah.
As all of you are together, save Periwinkle, and the captain has moved where he has, so you don't see him. Anything you do in the brief moments that the captain and Periwinkle are gone?
Noticing Periwinkle isn't there, Boros would just kind of look around. Has anyone seen the small one?
No.
Oh, no, must have walked away.
Oh.
Wait. And then Metis runs to the edge and looks overboard for Periwinkle.
Yeah.
Roll me a perception check as you move overboard.
You got it.
Metis, you catch the glance of something. You're not sure. You blink and, like, rub your eyes for a moment, and it's gone. But you think you see, like, something slimy and translucent just barely above breaking the water that sinks back down. It's gone by the time you look again. But you, like, swore
Whoa.
you saw something like that.
Thought I saw a weird creature or something. Well, it's not there, so it's probably nothing.
Did it look like stars, or did it look like something else?
Oh, no, I thought it was like see-through and slimy, but maybe it's just something in my eye.
Is there
Come over and take a look.
Is there a role I could take on, like, see-through and slimy related to sea?
Could be a lot of things related to the sea. I don't think there's anything specifically in the breadth of knowledge that Uzek has that he'd be able to identify it as.
Yeah.
Can I take a look over where Metis was looking?
Absolutely. You go to look over?
Yep.
Yeah, as you look over, you don't see anything.
Oh,
The
well.
waters seem clear.
Periwinkle's not out there at least, so.
You think you'd be able to spot him with his size, even if he wasn't there?
Oh, I'm sure he'd be making a big splash.
A big splash.
Gotta look over the other side of
A
the ship.
splash. Oh, good
Look over
idea. Check the other side.
You don't see anything either.
Okay. Okay.
By this
Maybe
point, the
Periwinkle went
captain
to the
has
bathroom.
returned back up. He's marching over to his to the steering wheel, and
Okay.
shortly after, Periwinkle, are you gonna come back and reveal yourself to the party, or?
Periwinkle's gonna find a nice, cozy spot to take a nap.
That's fair.
Jake, where's
Not gonna
the
let it ruin my day. Sleeps.
where's the door to the doctors on the where we're at right now?
Right here.
On the deck? Okay. Then going to just try to stay out of the way, actually. But I can't halfway sit in the seat, but he's gonna lean against that box and just kind of keep an eye out.
Sure, fair enough.
Yeah, you're staring out like towards like away from the doctor's door, like
Yes.
you're looking for people coming towards it.
Yep.
Okay, Uzek would say to you, "You know, I think the real danger is actually inside the doctor's office, so you may want to direct your eyes that way."
Doesn't say anything, and as it does a million mile stare as he continues to
Mhm.
keep watch.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you.
Metis is going around to the other crew members, being like, "Have you seen Periwinkle, the sprite,
The
short
hell's
one?"
that? Oh, the tiny thing.
Yes.
I haven't seen her.
Oh, okay. Have you seen Periwinkle?
The tiny thing.
Boros is gonna start looking through crates.
Periwinkle, where are you?
Those of you who are aware enough would see eventually two crew members coming up with one of the barrels from the hold as they walk over to the side. Seemingly it's empty, and they just toss it overboard.
No.
Periwinkle.
Boros is gonna use Bullhorn. And he's gonna shout out in as loud a voice as possible. Where are you, tiny one?
Oh my
You are
god!
not overboard, yes?
no. It's like all the crew members freak out a bit. You'd definitely hear that it's 500 feet. Periwinkle.
Yeah. But how often have you guys been calling him Tiny One?
We spent like a week, so I don't know
Boros
who would use that name.
Fluctuates between Tiny One and Periwinkle depending on where his mind's at.
If he can remember.
Okay. Periwinkle's going to ignore the first one.
The first one, meaning he's gonna do it again.
Maybe. We'll find out.
I guess we
Well,
will,
fine.
won't we?
Boros looks terrified at the barrel that was just thrown overboard.
What if Periwinkle was in that? But the
Snake
barrel's
man,
so
they're
far
up quick.
away.
I'm going in!
No, wait, no one can lift you.
No, Boros.
By the way, I think that he's just like that for now. That's 10-minute duration.
Where he's just yelling.
Yeah, so he says
10
that.
minutes. Oh, yeah.
And he
Oh
says
my
that,
gosh.
and that's heard throughout the whole ship, too.
He is in the barrel. I must save him.
I thought the
All right.
barrel was empty.
That clear level of stupidity. Periwinkle will sigh and he will come up from the hold.
Mm-hmm.
You just see like Boros tying up
Yeah,
a rope
he's like
around
on
his
the edge
chest.
here, ready to hop in.
And Menace is holding the other end of the
Periwinkle
rope.
can't resist this, so he's gonna stealth up from behind.
Rashid already has. He would have been over here, like with his hand on one of his hands
The same
on
stealth roll.
Boros's.
He's getting away.
Hannah, it's just like,
We must
no,
save him.
Boros. Stay.
I've got the rope.
Periwinkle's gonna like pop up between the Minotaur's legs and look over the edge. Periwinkle wants to know what we're looking at.
Oh,
The barely small one. Periwinkle is it?
looking at.
Oh, there you are.
oh, hey, there's Periwinkle.
Rashid sighs and just chuckles, shakes his head, goes back over to the door.
That was scary.
We
You
thought you
must be
fell
careful.
overboard.
Yes, we thought you were adrift at sea.
Still shouting, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it's still loud.
Periwinkle is fine, after all. Periwinkle can at least fly a bit, even if Periwinkle does fall over. Periwinkle could get back on.
Ah, good, good. We would
That is
not want
relieving.
anything to happen to you. You are a very
Periwinkle.
valuable member of the team.
Indeed.
Periwinkle appreciates that.
Who will read us bedtime stories?
Well, Periwinkle is sure that Boris could give a bedtime story.
Your
Story for
narration is
bedtime.
impeccable.
Yeah.
Invaluable, as Boris said.
Yes, Periwinkle knows that others can't do the same sorts of voices Periwinkle can. For the story.
Anyway. Glad you're alright.
We will all sleep better tonight, I think, knowing that you are safe. Tiny King.
Uzak, I'm assuming the captain is still here up on board.
He's
on
at
the
the
deck.
he's at the steering wheel, but yes.
Yeah. Okay.
You can move
Uzak
your arm if you
will-
want to be near him.
Yeah, please. Yeah,
Yeah,
please.
sure. He's just right here.
Uzak will go to the captain and he'll say, "A word if you have a moment, Captain." And every time he says "Captain," he said like to the captain. You could see it's like it has like a sarcastic like inflection to it.
Talk.
Well, you and I may not have seen eye to eye on quite everything, but I'm thinking that we may have a mutual problem that needs to be dealt with. And, if, by your permission, I'm allowed to handle this problem for the benefit of myself and the rest of the crew, what might I expect in return as compensation? A favor, perhaps?
Nothing by this point, because the doctor has made that problem my problem, because he's not going to give me my fairy dust if I don't let him keep her.
Yeah, sure, I see that, but if the girl was to, I don't know, go missing without the doctor's notice, how could he blame you?
Easily, he knows about the cat.
Well, that complicates things.
He's the one who brought her aboard, so...
Did he now?
Yup.
You wouldn't, although I guess I can assume this by now, you wouldn't perchance be working for the doctor in this voyage, would you?
I don't work for anybody but myself.
I'm of a similar mind. Well, if the doctor brought the cat on board, do you think he has intentions with the girl related to that?
No clue.
Perhaps this problem will work itself out. But in the meantime, I'll think of solutions. How about that?
Yeah, you do that, champ.
I will. And, if I come up with something good, I'll bring it to your attention. We're all in this together, ain't that right?
Doesn't say anything at that.
Uzek would just smile at him and walk away.
As you all continue about your day, nothing else will occur with the girl, as you get no updates, no news. Seemingly, the doctor is just treating her, leaving her to rest. And you all retire for the night. As you all retire for the night, awake in the morning. Everyone awakes normally, save for Uzek.
Yeah.
Uzek, as you shoot awake, there is a warm dripping that you feel in your bed. And as you turn to look over to your side, you will see one of the crew members, gaunt, pale, with their throat torn out, laid dead with their head facing toward you, their blood spilling out from the open wound onto the side of your body.
He looks at that and he's like, I guess the cat left a gift.
What do you do?
Yeah, exactly. 100% Jay.
Horsehead scene.
What does he do? Let me think about this for a sec. Do I hear people out and about in the...
Absolutely.
Absolutely? Okay. Well, I have soap and a water skin at the moment. I'm going to attempt to blanch the blood on me as best I can. I'll seeing as how I have the room to myself, I will just take the sheets and cover up the body. Just, I'm sure there's blood still leaking through and probably onto the floor, but, I'm doing my best. And if I feel like, I have, more or less, washed out, or at least, like I said, blanch the blood on my clothes as best as I can.
Give me a survival check. I'll say that's a survival.
Sure. Do I take that or do I? I'll
We'll be
reroll
ending
that with a
soon,
hero
so.
point. Yeah, I'll reroll that with a hero point. Yeah, okay, I'll take that.
You believe that you do a good enough job for most eyes.
Okay. Then I will exit the room, close the door behind me, make sure, I don't know if it's got a lock on it, probably doesn't, but close the door behind me, casually walk to the washroom, get the remaining, like, any leftover blood.
Yeah, no. As you walk over to the washroom,
Mhm.
and as everyone else is leaving their rooms and getting about ready for the day, a shriek is heard of someone going, "Oh my, what the fuck!" As something knocking over is heard, and panic is heard as people are like, "What? Oh my god, what the?" Over above. And I believe that'll be where we end it tonight, because we have gone pretty late, and my food is here, and I'm pretty hungry, despite I know
Okay.
everyone's having fun.
Fair.
Thank you.
Also, it was expected that there would be a combat this session, but I couldn't realistically actually have us go that much longer until without the combat happening, and then I don't want to start combat and not be able to end it.
Yeah, fair.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna go ahead and
fine.
That
call.
didn't happen because the two players didn't kill each other.
Gonna go ahead and end the stream. People can say bye stream if they like.